I'd like to call to order the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting. Mr. Wilson, could you please call the roll?
Councilman Ford and Chair Warren.
Present. I think we have two meeting agenda items this morning. The first one is going to be an overview for the council members to, I suppose, watch at their leisure later today about what's going on in Overton Park and how things are working. And Matt, I think we probably had you sort of spearheading this. Would you come up, grab a seat at the table, and as people come up to do whatever presentations y'all have today, just
Yeah, no, this was, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Warren for asking for this presentation to come forward as both the chairman of the Parks Committee and as an advocate for all of our parks, including Overton Park. I think this is a really neat opportunity to highlight successes as it relates to managed properties and partnerships in the city. I think this is a wonderful example. This is also probably one of the more complex examples of this, not just in the region, but nationwide. There are not a lot of examples where you have multiple nonprofit entities and still city-run facilities inside a property as large as Overton Park. And so, like you, I'm really interested to hear a lot of this. The joy is that because of our relationship, Memphis Parks actually oversees the management agreements, or in the case of our friends at the Metal Museum, the ground lease for the property. And again, we still operate the golf course that sits on the property. So I get to hear a lot of this, but I'm really excited to hear the updates from our partners. So with that, I will turn it over to Matt Thompson from the zoo.
And Matt, I'd like to thank you for sort of calling everybody and talking to them. And Tina, thank you guys for organizing this. But go ahead, start, Matt, and we'll get Tina in next.
All right, absolutely. Well, good morning, everyone. I have a prepared statement that I would like to read.
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Matt Thompson, Memphis Zoo, 2000 Prentice Place. I have a prepared statement just because I want to fully encapsulate and recreational hub that enriches the lives of countless individuals. Our collective efforts have been focused on fostering a spirit of collaboration and unity. We recognize that the strength of Overton Park lies in our ability to work together, to support one another, and to create an enriching experience for all who visit. Others will elaborate on our joint successes, but our aim is to ensure that Overton Park remains a cherished and thriving part of Memphis. The amenities and programs offered here are more than just attractions. They're vital to the cultural and economic health of our city. They provide educational opportunities, promote physical and mental well-being, and offer a space for community engagement. As we look to the future, our focus remains on enhancing these offerings, ensuring that Overton Park continues to evolve to meet the needs of our community. In closing, I would like to extend my gratitude to all the entities that make Overton Park such a special place. Our shared commitment to excellence and our passion for serving the community are what drive us forward. So it's with great pleasure that I now introduce Tina Sullivan, Executive Director of the Overton Park Conservancy, who will share more about our collaborative efforts and the exciting future ahead for Overton Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. My name is Tina Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director.
You gotta hit
There
get
we
a
go.
green light. There you go.
I'm very high tech. I'm the
Pull it closer.
Overton Park Conservancy, 1950 Poplar Avenue. Thank you for this opportunity, and thanks, Matt, for that wonderful context. If you're walking across Big River Crossing and you get to that point where you have 1 foot in Arkansas and 1 foot in Tennessee, that is not Overton Park. If you're walking through Overton Park, you may travel from the zoo to the playground to the shell and not really distinguish between these respective entities that are managed by different nonprofit organizations. And the partners in Overton Park lean into that. We operate under a shared programmatic premise that we call the One Park Vision. We know that when you're moving through the park, you are looking for your experience to be seamless. And so we've been collaborating on ways to make that park visitor experience feel seamless and positive in every direction. So under this One Park Vision, we've had a strong collaborative approach that takes into account how we might operate collaboratively and support each other through operations efficiencies and security, how we might develop and implement joint programming offerings, which you'll see as our recent summer camp with Carpenter Art Garden, how we might lift each other up through our marketing efforts, sharing our social media platforms and highlighting and celebrating our respective events and functions, and then how we might greet you as a governing body together and seek your help in furthering the mission of Overton Park and all of the partners within it. So what we want to see is a unified vision where all of our partners are enriching the visitor experience for everyone who walks into one of our respective spaces. And so now we're going to ask some of our partners here to share a little bit of detail. If I might introduce Natalie Wilson. Natalie manages the Overton Park Shell, and she's going to talk about some of the public safety and security coordination.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Swearingen Washington is here. Good morning.
Good morning. Natalie Wilson, Overton Park Shell, 1928 Poplar Avenue. I'm thrilled to be here. And just as Tina and Matt spoke about, we are so honored to be a part of One Park. This unified 342-acre green space in the center of our urban core that can truly bring us together and really enhance and engage our community at large. And one of the pieces of our One Park vision is, like Tina said, that we will have real alignment in ensuring the visitor experience is safe, it's positive, it's cohesive, it's logistically sound, and there's so many pieces to ensuring that. And one of those key pieces is what we call the Park Patrol. We came together a year ago, this month actually, in an MOU with Memphis Police Department, Shelby County Sheriff's Department, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and Homeland Security, who came together in one support to us to say, we believe in the care of Overton Park and the visitors that come there, and that we will come together every month to understand the park experience, what we see as a safe, proactive park experience, and we will do our part as law enforcement agencies to support you. And the work that they are doing for us every single day is transformational in our park. And we're seeing our park visitors tell us that we see that we put safety first and that we're proactive, but also they feel that it's engaging in how our law enforcement agencies are working and learning and meeting the families. It's been incredible. So that is just one piece to our One Park vision that is working. We're seeing reducing of experiences in the park that might be more negative. We have more proactive safety, proactive strategies in place that we share with our programming, and it's great. It's wonderful. And for me, being the Overton Park Shell, we bring thousands in for concerts, and I can tell you, I see the work of families saying, I haven't been to the Shell in a while, but I'm feeling more comfortable to come. I park, I come in, and I see the safety protocols you're putting in place, and they appreciate it.
Natalie, can you describe a little bit about what protocols you're talking about, what's been done exactly?
Absolutely. So instances such as the perimeter in Overton Park, our streets, our neighborhoods, the parking. We don't have a parking lot. We park, most of our visitors park street side. So we have patrols on our trails, in the park, in ensuring our parking lots are safe. On this, walking patrols, biking patrols. It's incredible. And they're just every month coming. Our chiefs, I can't say enough about what Crump Station from MPD is doing for us and the leadership of Colonel Jackson. And it's just showing that they take pride in our park experience, that it's everyone's park. But if we all don't come together and ensure that we can protect that experience, that it's not guaranteed. So yes, it's I can't say enough of the strategies that we continue every month to put new strategies in place to ensure care of our citizens.
And that's with every group here is met individually. And I guess the other question is, are there extra security people that have been hired for events and things like that? And if so, how much is that costing everyone?
Yeah, that's a good question. I can speak for the Shell, and I'll let my partners talk about other areas. For us, we have a private entity that comes in alongside our park patrol who are in the perimeter, and it's we have ramped up both security entities that are in uniform, but also that are ununiformed in plain clothes to ensure care around the perimeter of the Shell inside, but also looking at roof lines and ensuring all our concerts from the backstage to the front of house and everywhere that our people are, children running in the Shell, that everyone feels safe. And we're proactive about it. But the cost of that for the Shell is roughly $5,000 a concert for our security.
Interesting. All right, Matt, what about the zoo? What have they been doing extra for security in addition to the police?
Yeah, we do a lot for security. I appreciate you asking. After, if you remember, very unfortunate events a couple of years ago with the shootings and stuff that happened, we heard directly from our members that they didn't, which a lot of them live in the suburbs, that they did not want to come back into town. And so we saw a significant reduction in our attendance. So we've really worked on ramping up security and trying to create a safe space along with our park partners, because as you know, parking is limited at the zoo. And so when our lot is full, they extend into the park in the neighborhoods, that kind of thing. And if they don't feel safe, they're not going to come. So the short answer to your question, Councilman Warren, is 2 years ago, we were spending about $40,000 annually on security, and that's off-duty MPD officers and a third party as well. And at the close of this fiscal year, we have spent $270,000 on security. But I will say, though, that it's a tremendous increase. We hope that doesn't last forever. But we survey our guests weekly and have heard directly from them that they feel safe at the zoo and at the park. They see the patrols come through. That's the city, that's the county, as a result of us working with them. So anyway, significant resources, but it's working.
Okay. Tina, then Zoe.
Thank you. Yes, we mainly limit our private security operation to special events in the park where we may have a critical mass of people attending a festival, and we need to manage traffic and manage, just public safety generally. That is a few times per year, so under $10,000. We also have invested in park rangers staff, and we believe that having that positive visible presence in the park, especially on the weekends when the park is busiest, has an impact. That's also we also hear feedback from park visitors that staffing presence makes people feel safe, that there's somebody watching, somebody taking care and maintaining the space, which also creates a positive visitor experience. And between that and coordinating with MPD and the Shelby County Sheriff's Department, the two-way communication between MPD and our park partners has been helpful. Getting a heads up when there's something active happening is allows us to prepare and communicate. And with that, I'm going to introduce Zoe Carr from the Brooks Museum.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you again, Councilman Warren, for inviting us here. It's really wonderful to be a part of this fantastic park partnership and to be able to talk about the work we do together. I'm Zoe Carr, Executive Director of the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, 1934 Poplar Avenue. And just to talk about security for a second before we talk about funner things, as a museum, security is a huge part of what we do, and it's a significant portion of our operating budget. Our team proactively also goes out in the park and kind of walks around so that we have eyes on things, but we also have been really happy with the work we've been doing as a park partnership with MPD and the Sheriff's Office. We see them in the park. We can see the impact of their presence in terms of break-ins and just activity in the park. And then to answer your question directly, we also bring in external security anytime we're having a large-scale event. I get to talk about the fun thing, which is that we all love working together. So we proactively look for opportunities to find connections between our programming, to build connections between art and nature, animals, zoology, music, and there's so much to do together, and it's something we've really enjoyed. Part of the benefit, there are kind of regular meetings, both through our security team, but also our teams work closely together on programming and actively look for ways that we can connect anything that the museum is doing to what other park partners are doing and vice versa. And that's been really powerful as we have kind of cross-pollinated our audiences, built stronger. I think the more people come, the more they feel comfortable in a setting, the more they understand that the park is theirs, and that's really what we're trying to do together. And if we keep clicking through, these are just some images of recent projects we've done together. One that the Brooks was really proud of was we co-hosted caroling karaoke along with OPC and the symphony, and that was a really fun, festive holiday evening. And if we click through again, just a few other images of recent things, and maybe we go to our last slide, Matt, just to talk about kind of the ultimate collaboration, which is that this summer we were really pleased to all work together on a summer camp. We partnered with the Carpenter Art Garden, and we each took turns providing an amazing in-park experience for a group of youth. So this was a pilot program. We all self-funded this year. And really devoted a significant amount of staff time and materials to it, but really wonderful collaboration with the Carpenter Art Garden.
This was a week-long camp, correct?
That's right.
And what the kids did is they went to the Carpenter Art Garden, were bussed over, and then they went to each different program 1 day a week. So one day was at the zoo, one day was at the Brooks, one day, I think, y'all can explain it better.
Yep,
but
that's exactly right.
The general idea.
Yep, we each took turns taking this group for a day and provided a very different experience each day. So these kids all got a slice of the amazing opportunities that are available in the park.
I'd let the record show that Councilwoman Green and Cooper Sutton are present. All right, thank you very much. Any questions yet?
I want to chime in real quick on that because the one thing, unfortunately, the golf manager is currently at the Overton Park course working, but Patrick is just as much a part of this programming as also the partnerships that are created through the nature kids that come through our 25 summer camp programs and have them participate in things at the Brooks, at the zoo, to participate in programming that is taking place. Last summer, we had one of our Family Fun Friday events at Overton Park and had our closing ceremonies at the Shell. And so it is a wonderful opportunity for us to always remember, although that this is not one of the 162 parks that Memphis Parks operates, the resources are available to us every day. And they not only are they available, I get phone calls from all of these participants saying, hey, how can we participate in your programming? How can we extend? How can we provide opportunities that you normally wouldn't have? So really appreciative of that.
Good, and we'll let the record show Councilwoman Walker and White are present. Good. Who's there? Any? And is that our last presenter? Yes, and other people that are here. I think we have also Ms. Husung from the Ornamental Metals Museum, and they're just getting geared up to become part of this crew, I think. So I'm looking forward to that. Any questions from council members? I just wanted us to see this. And what I'm going to do is possibly ask guys to come back and ask specifically for their organizations, and so they can see what the problems are. Yes.
They've got that.
Just collectively.
Okay, go ahead.
Just collectively.
Yes, sure.
No, just some collective needs. So as we are working together in a wonderful way, as we've talked safety, security, serving tens of thousands of school children annually, we came up with 3 things for your consideration in terms of support for us collectively within the park, and that is just support for Summer Camp 2025. We love what we do for the children and how they make stops at all of the amenities in the park, so we would love some consideration for that. Support for security technology. Memphis Police Department has requested that we install flock cameras. I think you all are familiar with that. They feed directly into MPD's system, and the more we have around the city, the better they can serve us. So they have suggested that we do that. They're not free, and we would love a consideration for some support for that technology. And then finally, support for security in general. It is expensive. We all are paying for it individually, and we want, as I said earlier, when people come to the zoo, they may be coming, to the zoo. We're a big draw, but overflows in the park, and then they go and they eat lunch in the park. They go to events afterwards, and so they want to know that they are safe. And again, we have seen people say that they feel safe because of the increased security. So we are getting this, by the way, but just encouragement, MPD and Shelby County to continue to support us in a matter of security. So thank you.
And guys, thank you all for coming this morning so bright and early, and I'm really impressed at the number of people that actually got here this morning. Congratulations. Thank you, council members. Any questions for these guys? If not, we will release them, and I think we have one more item on our agenda. Thank you again. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
And again, as they're wrapping up, I do want to just say Memphis Parks oversees 13 management agreements and 10 leases. A quarter of those management agreements are inside of this park, and soon to be one of those 10, or 2 of those 10 leases are inside of this park. And they vary across the board of the level of engagement. And we've talked about this, and we've talked about the fruitfulness of those management agreements. So as just a point of personal privilege here, I would like to say that every single person that is sitting behind me here has reached out multiple times, and more so than the contract demands. They have gone out of their way to make sure that our partnership is strong, and I would just like to, again, take the second to say thank you to each and every one of them for their partnership, their friendship, and their support. So thank you.
Thank you. Item number 2 now is question the future of the Mud Island Park. And Mr. Walker, I'll turn that over to you. This is requested by Councilwoman Swearing in Washington. Do you have any comments, Councilwoman, before you start?
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to share some pictures that I had taken on a park visit on July 8th, and it is on the screen at this time. Amphitheater still has the seat numbers in there, and I was really surprised at how beautiful the park is. Indeed. Beautiful. As I was walking through the park, I saw some people from out of town, and they actually stopped me and said, "Well, what happened? What's going on?" I said, "I don't know, but we're on top of it. We're going to find out." Absolutely beautiful. Even and that's the little pool area. And I was surprised the water was clean. there's a myth as if the Mud Island Park is abandoned, but it really is a beautiful park. And I'm hoping that we can utilize it more and be intentional, Mr. Walker, with planning activities, whether it be yoga or mini concerts or just something. But some of the activities that we're having at other parks, if we could just start with that, with planning some activities over there so that people will migrate over there and enjoy the park. Some of the areas, it seemed as if, Chief Adams, just some power washing, just minor little touch-ups that we would be able to do in order to be able to utilize the park more. I don't know what's going on with the restrooms because they were locked, but it really was a beautiful experience. And I just wanted to share some of the pictures so that we could see. And I also would like for us as a council to go over there. It's something you just really have to see to believe how beautiful it is. Okay. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. You may. And Mr. Walker, go ahead.
No, and I'll be incredibly brief because essentially when we had this conversation, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington reached out about wanting to have a conversation. And truthfully, historically, the connection between Memphis Parks and the Memphis River Parks Partnership, previously the Riverfront Development Corporation, has varied throughout administrations. The way that the management agreement is written is that essentially the city appoints a representative to interact, and under the previous administration, that was not the parks director. We have had conversations, and I believe in conversation with council, the edict has been pretty clear that the relationship between Memphis Parks and Memphis River Parks Partnership needs to strengthen, and we have begun that work. Conversations have been had about making sure that there is a more regular cadence and participation, and all of those things that I think truly are a great idea. And I'm glad that we're having those conversations now have taken place. But at the end of the day, similar to the presentation that you just saw from the Overton Park Conservancy, they are in this park every day. They operate this park. And so in fairness to them, I think that the goal was to get some feedback this morning from council and then put on the council agenda in 2 weeks a presentation from Memphis River Parks Partnership to talk about the vision, what is being done today, what will be done in the future, and what planning efforts will look like. So again, I don't have a whole lot to add this morning. I appreciate the pictures and sort of the direction of where we would like for this conversation to go. But with that, I will hush.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. And I think the council recently, we just placed MRPP under the parks jurisdiction. Can you explain how that benefits us as a parks department and national grants and things along that line, what that does for us as a city? And then I'll take questions.
Sure. Probably the quickest way to describe it is I am sure some of your constituents, particularly more outdoors and parks and recreation minded constituents, have talked to you about a study that is done annually from a group called the Trust for Public Lands. It's called the 10-Minute Walk Campaign. And among the things, and there's actually two of them, there's 10-Minute Walk Campaign and then there's Park Score, which the Park Score is sort of the number assigned to every municipality and every jurisdiction that has a park system. Ours traditionally has not been great, but part of that is that we are 300 square miles, and it is difficult to have density of parks, but I won't go too far down that rabbit hole. The important thing about it is that one of the things that is factored into it is what your municipality spends on parks. And again, if at the end of the day, the city is spending $3 million on parks, but it is counted as a grant underneath the mayor's office and not listed as a part of the parks budget, it's not reflected in our score. So by simply doing an accounting change to reflect that, what we've done is shown to funders and statewide entities and outside entities that the parks budget looks more like what the parks budget actually is, which should help increase our score.
And increasing our score does what for us? as far as-
Increasing our score. So when anybody that's applied for a grant, there's a narrative that goes along with that talks about here are the reasons why X entity, whether it's the federal government, the state government, a nonprofit, whatever, should give us some money. And one of those is to show the improvements that you are making in terms of things like those scores. And so by increasing our scores and by increasing to accurately represent what we spend on parks, we are telling other people that we value ourselves and they should in turn value us as well.
Thank you. Let the record show Councilwoman Logan is here, and we have two people in the queue. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Councilwoman Swearingen, for bringing this up. You know, we visited over there together with that beautiful restaurant, Mahogany, that's over there, and the food was absolutely delicious. Thank you for the pictures of your analysts going. I walked over there about a month or so ago, and I concur with everything that Councilwoman Janice Swearingen has said as well. But I want to clear up a myth. I don't know if it's a myth, but I don't like to hear things and I don't have a clear understanding. And it's something about $4 million that's floating around that was supposed to have been given to MRRP or whatever to do something with Mud Island. Could you explain that, if that's true, if that isn't true? Was the city of Memphis giving any money to was this part of a package? Could you just kind of clear that up so we can get a clear understanding? And as my colleague has said, if we're going to invest or start something, let's clear this up about this $4 million. And so I can get a very clear understanding along with my colleagues that may know and may not, but I need to understand that.
No, certainly, and that's a great question. What I'll say is I'll give sort of just a general answer, and then I will rely on my friends from the finance office and the COO's office to give more detail, and then I'll make sure that a further explanation is given in the presentation in 2 weeks. As a part of Accelerate Memphis, there were $4 million identified for various projects at Mud Island. A lot of it had to do with lighting and repairs because a big focus of Accelerate Memphis was deferred maintenance. And so we can get for you a specific breakdown of what that is. The notes that I received for them just to be able to answer some of these questions. One of the last two improvement projects that was a part of that is the removing of the Memphis Bell structure and improvements to the watershed walls, which are being paid for out of those funds. I think that where confusion lies is that the city council had set aside, I want to say it was $3 million for improvements to be made to Mud Island. There was a pullback of some of that money in FY23, and then the remainder of it was reallocated to Memphis Fire and Memphis Parks in FY24. And so, again, there are two separate things. They were given $4 million as a part of Accelerate Memphis, and I'm sure they will be happy to share with you what repairs were made to Mud Island as a part of that. And then, again, there was $3 million originally allocated for Memphis River Parks that was then reallocated to other projects through prior council action.
So were those repairs made? I need to know if those repairs were made. And thank you. I see him. I sensed
it. I felt my spidey senses were tingling.
I see him coming. Thank you. Always ready. That's what I love about you.
All right. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, and
Art Davis, Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer for Memphis River Parks Partnership.
So as a part of the overall Accelerate Memphis package, $4 million was allocated to Memphis River Parks. And a part of these projects, they were delineated out, and I'll let Mr. Davis kind of talk about the packages and the projects that were identified and what is either under contract, has been completed, or in progress right now.
So the city entered into a contract contract with the partnership for projects to use under Accelerated Memphis. The previous administration chose what those projects would be. Throughout the completion of each one of those projects, then Deputy Chief Dan Springer made changes and gave us redirection on the projects. We have contracted for all but one of those projects. It's the watershed repair, and all others have been contracted. All of them have been completed except for the bell structure and the repaving of the parking lot that we're in the process of doing now. I have a list of those. They include North Courtyard pavers, parking lot, restroom, pole light, signage, the Gulf, roof pavers, escalators, elevators. There was an amount for River Terrace, fire protection system, and bell structure demo, Wi-Fi, and some work in the museum and transfer of assets to Mosh.
So all the work has been completed except one, and that's the bell
Two,
structure. What
which
else?
are
What's the
related.
second one? Bell structure.
And the
what else?
repavement of the parking lot, once that structure is gone, they'll have additional parking that'll be available because the mahogany and the BVO installation that's happening there.
Okay. I would like it in full detail to see what it looks like and the contractors who we paid. And
Okay.
after this, I would like a tour of everything that you said that you've listed that has been done. As my colleague said, the bathrooms were locked. Is there a reason why they're locked?
I would have to check. I don't know.
And we need to know why they're locked.
Sure.
And would love to see what the inside of those restrooms looks like.
Absolutely.
I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Councilwoman.
What's going on with the museum area?
So last week there was a fire sprinkler head system, sprinkler head that was activated. So there was a lot of water that was lost during that. So there was water damage. They had to go in, remove a lot of the sheetrock because there was about 3 inches of water on the second floor that then went down to the first floor. So the remediation of that is what you're seeing over there at this point.
What's the plan for that area?
So right now, General Services has come over along with contractors to mitigate the damage, and then of course we will have contractors move in. We were planning to bring actually appropriations to you this week. We actually were just a little too late to get it on the agenda, so it will be on next council's agenda to start moving with restoration, because it did have a down effect on the chillers as well. So we'll have down, we'll go back, and then we'll be able to repair the lines, and then of course have some repairs with the chillers as well. But it will be coming out of MRPP's cover line.
Because I just wonder, is that a plan to have to for it to be a venue?
So there is
Make some money.
There is a lease with BVO, which is an interactive experience. They were to be open by the end of the year. Of course, this has delayed them, so it may be 1st of January. It's an immersive experience that Christopher Ray's is building, so we do have a lease on that space.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, for this. So I had some comments, and then I have a question. So I don't know how many of you all are Maxwell fans, but I have been a big Maxwell fan for years, and the first time I saw Maxwell, and I think the first time I attended a concert at Mud Island was to see Maxwell, and the opening act was Jeanne, those two young ladies that had the little duet thing going. But I just wanted y'all to know that. I wanted to share that. But
Thank you, Councilwoman.
so I have a lot of great memories at Mud Island over the years, and even up to recent times. And when people say that individuals are being nostalgic or it's back in the day, in recent years, I have attended Wine on the River, produced by Dr. Philip Bowden, CGI Entertainment, Curtis Gibbons, Tanya Dyson. She's a local vocalist, producer, and executive director of the Memphis Slim Collaborative over in Soulsville. When Deja Vu was at the River Terrace, I celebrated my birthday there, and I believe it was on a Wednesday, and they were already having jazz going on, and we had a good time, and I do have pictures. The Mahogany River Terrace, and so I was part of the luncheon with the ladies several months back, and Attorney McCullough has done an incredible job with that redesign. It's absolutely beautiful. And in taking the tour, as many times as I have been over there, I didn't know they had a rooftop. Yeah, so that's great. I'm gonna have to go back and experience that as well. And so I guess that's it with my comments, and my question is about the monorail. Have you all specifically spoken to the monorail today? There was a survey in the paper several years ago about how people felt about the monorail, and a lot of people said they didn't like being up in the air over the water, but simultaneously, a lot of people do like the monorail, and that was part of why they liked it. And the most recent thing I found was in 2022, a few of our outlets reported where the council had given $5 million specifically to the monorail. Can someone comment on the status of the monorail?
Let me help you with that, Councilwoman. The monorail is 1960s technology, and it is a lot like I have a lot of old antique cars, and it's hard to find the parts. They don't run on a regular basis. You have them because they look nice. And the issue is we've looked at this and gone into detail about what would it take to do that. It is way more expensive to do it and then to keep it going than we possibly could based on the technology. Now, if we wanted to take that thing down and try to find a new technology that might work there, that might be something, but using that old technology would not work. At least that's what we've been told with the research that's been done. Let the record show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas is also here. And I think, do you have another question? Is that good?
Thank you, but I'm not done. So, and thank you for that. And so what happened to the $5 million, and do any of you all want to comment on the monorail?
May be conflating the two, but I believe that was tied up in the money that was reallocated. I believe that any funding that was set aside for studies or work to be done on the monorail was reallocated by council at a later point for other projects.
I concur with that recollection as well.
Okay, thank you for that. One moment, Mr. Chair. Somebody might have been sending me something.
Councilman Jones is here.
So, in my notes here, there were two different allocations: $4 million from Innovate Memphis, Accelerate Memphis, and then that was separate from
the subsequent to Accelerate, the chair at the time did desire to upgrade and identify upgrades to the monorail. Subsequent council members did reallocate those funds to other projects. So the funds no longer existed in as you identified. So the original intent, you're correct, but the reallocations were made to other projects.
So, and thank you for that. So the reallocations being made to other projects. So if a plan was requested, was there never a plan submitted, and that's why the funds were reallocated?
So when so a plan was requested, then the body decided to go in a different direction, and then the funds were reallocated to different areas. So that's why no plan was submitted.
Did the body need permission to go in another direction? Or they just took it upon themselves
They
to go
took
in
it
another
upon
direction?
themselves. You all are the funding body.
Okay.
And so until the funds are in our hands, we have no way to act. So without funds, we can't act. And so the body decided to go in a different direction.
So I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here. I'm just trying to be clear. And of course, I wasn't here. So it seems like there was supposed to have been a plan for these funds, and the plan never happened. So the funds were reallocated.
The council voted not beneficial and cost us way too much. And so we did not do it. And we reallocated those funds.
I
And I
yield
know
the floor.
Councilman Jones
I yield
is
the floor,
upset.
and I need to get back in the queue. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Next on the floor is Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleague. Appreciate you bringing this for today's discussion. What I would like to ask, I'm really interested in seeing administration's comprehensive plan for the riverfront and the entire riverfront, riverside, what it looks like when you come over the bridge for the entire process. I know we've been focusing a lot on, what's going on with Tom Lee and Memphis River Parks Partnership, and rightly so. But I can understand how the money got reallocated, because I'm not sure if we needed to give that responsibility to a nonprofit or another entity. That's something that we need to come up with, in my opinion, as a administration, council, whoever. What do we want the riverfront to look like? What do we want it to do? What do we want it to be for the city of Memphis and the citizens? What does that cost, and how long will that take? That type of thing. So, or we'll continue to piecemeal all the way down the riverfront, piecemeal here and there. People will come in. They've come in with the zip line park. Somebody came in and did a presentation on that. And right now it looks like, the River Parks Partnership has done a remarkable job with the area that they had, but I still don't see the vision of what is downtown the river look like. Other places they have Leclerc's Landing, or they have the wharf, and they have a plan and a purpose, a destination for their riverside. We don't have that, and I haven't seen that plan. I don't, we keep throwing money. Yeah, we talk about we can talk about the Monorail and all that, but we're throwing money into an area or a project that has not been defined and it's not phased in. Where are we going with it? And so I don't think it's wise of us. I don't think it's prudent. I don't think it's good management of the city's resources for us to continue in this vein for anything, everything, wherever we're going to invest dollars. So downtown, I want to, make certain that we have a holistic plan before we just start accelerate dollars. I appreciate the effort, but because there was no holistic, comprehensive plan for that entire way, it probably was just going to sit there until somebody figured it out, and then they come and pitch it, and it could have been. But, it could have been a plan, but I don't think it's money well spent. So if you could speak to if you all have started one, thought about it, if that's the direction that you feel we need to go in, how can we approach it? Can you all come back to our next meeting with some information with how we're going to move forward with our riverfront?
Councilwoman Logan, I think before you got here, Mr. Walker had said it, that next meeting, we're going to have a presentation by MRPP looking at that very
Well,
same.
excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, Chairman, but that's not what I'm looking for.
So
I want administration to come and pitch some ideas, and we together have a dialogue about what it looks like, and then maybe include, to where there will be some community involvement later on and that type of thing. So a long-term plan, like we did Memphis 3.0, that was for the land use of the city, but more so for our riverfront. That's a great resource. We have the most beautiful water, the wonderful water and beautiful opportunity downtown. So if we can use that, build on that, and create it, it should create some money for us, some revenue for people coming to visit our riverfront, especially if we can tap into our money. Our
Councilwoman.
water.
So
I've been asked by administration, our Brooke, to move us on, and we'll continue this discussion at our next meeting. So I know I've got a number of people in the queue.
Well,
Please
can-
save those questions, but I'm going
I
to go
just
ahead and
asked
close
for
it.
this for the next meeting,
Yeah.
for them to come back with
point
an idea.
taken.
Okay.
We will
Okay.
work with River Parks because I'm pretty sure that they have studies, and as Director Walker mentioned before, them
And
becoming a
you
part
guys
of
bring the
parks
questions to
gives
them
them an
before the next
opportunity.
meeting.
We will lay out a plan for a comprehensive plan, incorporating what has been done in the past, and then moving into the future. And we will lay it out to you all. A comprehensive plan by next week, maybe not, but charting a course for the future, definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Thank you,
so if it's
Councilwoman.
not, if you could let us know when you're able to come back, if it's, 3 months or 2 months or whenever, but
Yes.
we.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
Let
All
us
right.
know. Thank you. So we
And
can add that to the next
we are
agenda.
now adjourned.
Good morning. The July 23rd meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Wright, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Dr. Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Dr. Warren. Councilwoman White. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. We have one item in today's committee, which is a discussion of solid waste reallocation from the July 9th Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee. All council districts, requested by Councilman Spinoza. Can I get a motion and a second for this item? It has been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilwoman Logan. Thank you. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item?
I have Philip Davis, Solid Waste Director, 2081 Old Oak Drive, Memphis, 38119.
All right. You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, and good morning. This is just a kind of a recap of the action that this committee took and full council took last meeting to reallocate some FY24 dollars. And I put together a few slides just to kind of better clarify the action that was requested and was taken. So included in your packet are the full appropriation statements for May, June, and July that were requested last meeting. I did it both fund level and service center level, so you could see the full detail. So just as a recap, the Solid Waste Division is funded through a special revenue fund. The source of the funds is the solid waste disposal fee, and the division proposed a fee increase during FY24 to enhance service levels. The goal of the FY24 was to keep our expenses in check until we did three things. We identified the operational approach of services to be provided. We calculated the revenue required to meet the agreed upon approach, and secured approval of a new rate from council to cover those expenses. In FY24, we anticipated drawing down on the fund balance while the fee increase and service level were decided. We entered the FY24 budget with the knowledge that our fund balance would have little room for fluctuations of expenditures. This included keeping our expenditures in check during our peak seasons, our holiday seasons, and for any potential storms. So this is by our expense types. For FY24, our personnel services, our capital outlay, and our service charges were trending on budget. Our materials and supplies and our transfer outs were trending under budget. So what we did as we came into June, we identified, yes, ma'am.
Do we have a copy of that?
Sure.
Do we?
Oh, no, ma'am, I didn't finish it until last night.
Oh, okay. Can you have one, and we can get someone to make copies right quick?
Sure.
Okay.
So what we did is we identified budgeted funds in our FY24 budget that were forecasted to be available when we finished the year, June 30th. We had remaining FY24 invoices that needed to be paid. Council, when they adopted the budget, we had impasse bonuses that were adopted as part of the FY25 budget, but those bonuses were not contemplated when we presented our budget because we prepare our budget in April and submit it to the administration and then down to council. And so we don't really know until you guys pass the budget what's going to be decided at impasse. And those bonuses weren't in our, while the fee that was passed was sufficient to cover it, it wasn't budgeted, and we were going to have to ask to move that money either in FY24 or in FY25 to put that money in the right place so that we could pay out those bonuses. So the proposed fee increase could absorb the impasse proposal, but council action was going to be needed to allocate that money into the proper lines to cover those expenses. So that's kind of in a nutshell what we requested and what took place last council meeting. Of course, in your packet, you do have the service center level and fund level appropriation statements and the resolution that was proposed last time. If we want to go into the details of which particular lines where we took budgeted money from last year out of M&S or personnel and moved it either to the bonus line or to the contract collections or disposal lines where it needed to be, so we could make those payments that we wanted to make at the end of FY24.
But initially, the administration had already projected a 3% increase. So was that in the budget, the 3%?
Yes, ma'am. We had a proposed 3% increase budgeted in there, but of course we can't contemplate what action council is going to have, and so
But you had to adjust it.
We had to adjust
5%.
it into whatever lines we needed to take it out of, whether it be the solid waste fund balance or elsewhere in our personnel lines or M&S lines, and we need council approval to make those adjustments. So the money was budgeted, it just wasn't budgeted in the right bucket for us to be able to spend it where you guys wanted us to spend it.
Okay. Are there any council members in the queue? Councilwoman Walker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a few comments. Thank you for this presentation, but I want to go back to a couple of weeks ago to July 13th, and the dumpster day for District 3 was record-breaking. We had a record number of cars of 237 cars and 200-plus tires, and I just want to thank everyone who was involved with that. It was a big success. The staff was great. I had 2 phones, and both of my phones overheated and said, gave me this message that the phone had overheated. I'd never experienced anything like that with the phone, and I just want to say that to say the temperatures were extreme that day, and the staff was still on board. They weren't slacking. They were friendly and courteous, and they were still enthusiastic about this, and I just felt that it was important to share as we continue with these dumpster days and maybe at some point revisit having them more frequently. And I think part of the success was the communication surrounding this. Ashley, my analyst, comes, and we promoted this on a variety of platforms. We had a press release, the weekly messaging, my newsletter, e-blast, social media, and good old-fashioned flyers. And so I just wanted, once again, to thank the staff and everyone that was involved in this process, from getting the word out to the actual dumpster day. And finally, this just piggybacks on my continued point this year about the importance of messaging and effective communications. Thank you all again. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I am definitely an advocate for the dumpster days. It's always a successful event, and I wish we could get it more often. So maybe we can incorporate that in our budget. Anything that we can to motivate our citizens, that you don't have to dump on the streets and on the highway. Here is a location that you can bring your items free of charge. If you're listening, you don't have to dump in the city. So we just want to.
And also they had flyers, and were not just passing the flyers out, but also telling the people about the options at the Collins location throughout the week.
Yes, ma'am. And we have another one scheduled this weekend, I believe, in Councilwoman Easter Thomas's district at the old Manassas High School location, I believe. So
Wonderful.
Old Manassas High School this weekend. If you're listening, what day so they can go there and they don't have to dump on the street.
Saturday, 8 to 2, 8 to 2, 8 to 1.
8 to 1. Manassas High School.
Yes, ma'am. It's 718 Firestone Avenue.
All right, come on, Memphis. Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. Along the lines of dumpster days, I want to say that I and some other Democratic friends on last Friday morning took upon ourselves to clean up a stretch of Quince Road. And we got 5 bags, large, the yard waste bags, and a bumper, and a tire, and a rim. And, and when we posted about it, I had multiple citizens say, well, how can citizens get involved in cleanup efforts like this? And the answer is go get a bag and some gloves and walk your streets. There doesn't have to be an organized effort. We will, of course, have things like dumpster days. But, when I say it's going to take all of us to make Memphis safer, better, cleaner, it's going to take all of us. And so I encourage people to go walk your neighborhood, walk your streets, and take care of it. There are lots of efforts going on. Some of them are organized by the city. Some of them are just smaller groups, but small groups can have a big impact. So I encourage everybody to do that. On this presentation, I did want to thank you and the administration for putting it together and for bringing the financials that I know Councilman Spinoza requested for us. I think as we move forward in this next budget year, I know something that I have repeatedly asked for on behalf of my constituents is transparency and just a dialogue. And I know that's something we've worked on diligently with, say, MLGW. They're coming every other week and they're bringing us presentations about what's going to be on the consent agenda, what that impact is, where those monies are moving from. And so to be able to have that same sort of level of transparency from your division as well, I think is very important. It builds a layer of trust, not just between the council members and the administration, but the citizens that are our taxpayers. And, trash is something that affects all of us, right?
Very personal.
And so nobody told me when I was elected to city council how much my email box was going to be about the solid waste and where's my recycling bin and stuff. So I think this is an area that just moving forward, I would continue to say if we could have this level of transparency about what's going on, because it helps us better answer these questions at our town hall meetings, neighborhood association meetings, for both people that are listening right now. We just want to be able to tell citizens where their money's being spent. And I think that's especially important in 2 areas, I think, crime and trash, because that's where we hear it a lot. That's where I hear it a lot. And so I just wanted to thank you for bringing this, and I hope moving forward we will continue to have this level of detail so that we can have all of the information. You're not hearing a lot of questions. It's because you've given us the information.
That's right.
And so I hope that we will continue on this track together. Thank you, Chair.
Certainly. And I did want to add on the group cleanup. When you do have a group cleanup, we partner with Public Works, City Beautiful, and Robert can comment too, but we do, please register if you do have a group of friends that get together, register the event with City Beautiful, and we in Public Works can provide assistance either with picking up the waste and taking it to the landfill for you, or he has a mobile tool bank and things like that. So, Robert,
I was just going to add, thank you, Robert Connect, thank you so much, Councilwoman Green, for doing that. And that's amazing, and we do want much more of that. Memphis City Beautiful is here to support any public initiative. They do thousands of them a year with not only tool bank, but gloves, trash bags, anything that really can be utilized in a community-based cleanup. And obviously, as Director Davis said, we want to help resolve the issue by helping haul away the material as well. So we please ask the public and anybody who wants to do it to work with Memphis City Beautiful. They're a wonderful team, and we love to do this and support it. It does take a community. City government cannot do it all. Public Works and Solid Waste cannot do it all. And so it takes all of us to want to make our city as beautiful and as clean as we can make it.
And what's your title, sir?
Director of Public Works.
All right.
This week.
That sounds good.
Yeah, three more days.
Oh. All right. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
And I hated to come behind my colleague Green because we've discussed this, so I don't want you to, it's all in love. But anyway, I want to thank Philip Davis, Darius, the strike team, and Public Works. You are leaving. Thank you for my last ride along on Friday. We were in the Hickory Hill area, Fox Meadow area, riding, got a chance to talk to some constituents. They were, he was excited. He couldn't believe we came by. I told him we would, and he really couldn't even believe that we came by. Got a lot of things done. Thank you for responding to me even on Sundays when I'm riding around the city, and you all, and Darius, your team responds immediately, get out there and get it done. So I want the constituents to know that this 13-body council and what is happening, we are really doing the work. You all are really responding. We are hearing. My emails are out of the woodworks, but I want to thank you all publicly that we've started off and being committed to what we said we would do. It's going to take everyone, as we always say, but thank you so much. I don't know who will be my ride-along partner. I know Joy will continue. Thank you. I know that this is your last. Friday is your last day. Thank you for taking time. You are a wealth of information.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing what I've learned from you in my ride-alongs, and understanding that the city is not responsible for all these blighted properties that you all see. And I learned that there's is it an apartment, we call it on Airways and Rains, that has been an eyesore for over 8 years. We finally found out who it is, who owns it, which is the county, and we have been having dialogue with them. And yesterday, as I was riding along, the neighbors were cutting their part, doing their part, and there were a couple vendors out there. So they're in the process, county, woo-woo, of getting that eyesore that is disgusting cleaned up. So
Yes.
I am, thank you for doing that, showing me what I need to do, how I need to do it, and being so patient with me, because I'm still learning, and I'm 7 months in, and I'm going to tremendously miss you. But I've got your number, and I'm going to use it. And so thank you. Thank you for the cleanup, for getting to it. Your strike team is amazing. They are working really hard on these hot spots. I saw Lakeview, and all that is still kind of clean right now. So I'm so grateful for that. And we will continue for our community, for the city of Memphis, to do what we pledged and agreed to do these next 4 years that we're in these seats. Thank you.
Thank you.
I yield the floor, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and I concur. They are doing a fantastic job. I call Philip Davis best friend because we communicate every day. But when we send those pictures and addresses, Darius, we appreciate you. You all are doing a tremendous job. We're gonna miss you, Director Connect. We started off rocky, but we ended up okay. We did. Councilwoman Logan?
I'm glad y'all ended up okay.
Yes.
It was rocky. But I just want to publicly thank you for the support that you've given District 1 as well. Anytime I call, you're always there. I don't know what everybody's experience is, but mine was that. So I appreciate it and hope you're on to bigger and better things. Godspeed to you, but thank you for your service here.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Councilwoman Pearl Walker?
Yes, also, I want to thank you for everything. I've enjoyed the opportunity to get to know you, especially our conversations around green and sustainability. And I want to thank both of you all for being a part of my town hall, which was safe and clean neighborhoods. Thank you so much. Good morning. Today is July 23rd, 2024, and I hereby call the Libraries and Neighborhood Improvement Committee to order. Ms. Hayes, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
And Chair Walker.
Present. So we have one item on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a discussion regarding the performance improvement plan for Memphis Animal Services, all council districts, requested by the Memphis City Council. Can I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Ford and second by, I think it was Logan, Cooper Sutton. Okay, it doesn't. All right. Is there anyone here from the administration?
Yes, you have Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, and I'll allow her to introduce herself, but she's our interim or our day-to-day leader, Miss
Mary Claire Boris.
So we'll kind of get started with what we've done to kind of stabilize operations at the animal shelter and break down our plan of action. My apologies for not providing this to you in document form. I'll make sure that I get that to you. But before we get started, if we could, I think this would be appropriate, especially in this committee, to just take a moment to consider our employees at the library, and then of course the person that's deceased. I made the scene yesterday. I like to commend the employees at the library. I like to commend the employees of the men and women of MPD and Memphis Fire Department. And I like to commend my Deputy Chief Operating Officer who made the scene as well. Oddly enough, it's been the direction of this administration and the prior administration to staff our libraries with social workers. It's just a tragedy that that person didn't get the opportunity to see the services in time. And so what I like to continue to do is continue to, if we could, stress civility in our conversation, in our interaction with each other. There's oftentimes that emotions get into what we do, which is rightfully so because we care. But I do want to stress civility in what we do. And then most importantly, if you know and see people cry for help, let's try to get them help. One life lost, whether it is self-inflicted or through the lack of conflict resolution, is a life that we don't need to lose. So just wanted to take a moment to say that.
Thank you for that, Chief Adams. And before we continue, can we have a moment of silence for the deceased person? Thank you.
All right. So the Memphis Animal Services, we continue to we continue the investigation. But during this time, we do have, as I mentioned, daily leadership. And so as a part of our daily leadership, let's see. I can do a lot of things. There we go. All right. So we have a 30, 60, 90, and a 6-month plan. So these are kind of small, so I'll kind of go over them with you. But to stabilize operations through this internal investigation, we have a veterinarian on staff. So the veterinarian that is there, it's a part-time. Through that veterinarian, we have a DEA license and we have a premise permit. Through that premise permit, we can do spay and neuter surgeries. We can administer vaccines, which, our rabies shots, microchips, administer microchips. And then, of course, we can then open up our clinic operations. During the time in which, prior to, we had to shut down our internal clinic operations and then completely send animals out, or we could not provide services internally. The mayor re-engaged the community along with our daily leadership. So we've met with former staff, volunteers, members of the animal rescue community and services, and animal advocates. The mayor plans to reestablish the advisory board. And then, of course, we are in constant search of animal care officers and animal care technicians. We desperately need to start staffing up. We need to, we are looking and targeting in certain areas. Through our communications, we did understand that there are possibilities that we may reach out and target veterans. And so we will look to see if there are veterans that are interested in serving at the Memphis Animal Shelter. We will look and we will see if there are returning staff members that are willing to return. We will vet carefully. And then, of course, there are other agencies that are willing to assist. I know Ms. Borders will kind of talk a little bit more about that. So that's the first 30 days. Within the next 60 days, we should be able to ensure that our animals in the shelter will receive, and foster care, will receive vaccinations, spay and neuters, and then be adoption ready. And that's all animals within 60 days. We will procure, meaning we will order, not necessarily have, because there is a lead time, but a spay and neuter mobile van. That's one of the things that we talked about doing. So we'll track and make sure that we have that. We'll ensure that the necessary staff and equipment resources are in place. So we'll make sure that all inventory is in place, and we'll implement a program for continuing education for staff. We'll refine and revise our adoption and rescue procedures. And then, of course, the facility communications and website will improve that as well to make sure that we're communicating properly to everyone and it reaches everyone that it needs to reach. We understand sometimes that it looks pretty, but it just doesn't effectively communicate to those who really need the communication and want the communication. Then, of course, midterm, 90 days, we'll fully implement updated adoption and rescue procedures. Then we'll, in the midst of that, and I think you all will be happy to hear this, we'll identify grant opportunities and then implement those. Long term, we'll continuously evaluate and improve shelter operation, ensuring all policies and procedures are adhered to for the well-being of all animals. This will include a comprehensive approach that will include leadership, our community, you all as stakeholders, but then most importantly, us as leaders within the administration. So with that, I'll turn over to Ms. Boyers to see if she wants to add any more.
I'd just like to say that it's a very interesting challenge coming in like this, but I was happy that we were able to restart our adoption events. We held our first adoption event in a while this past Saturday at PetSmart Wolf Chase, and we're looking to increase our community partnerships. I think we'll be meeting, in addition to the big group meetings, which the chief mentioned, I'll be meeting individually and in small groups with some of our more active rescue groups to make sure that we have the most effective partnership with them that we can first, and then I'll kind of work my way down to the smaller groups.
One other thing that I did forget to mention, we will enhance and we'll work with MPD as well as once we bring on staff is our enforcement efforts. we did notice that there are some issues in our community with some animal abuse, animal cruelty, and so we'll make sure that we really bolster our enforcement efforts as well.
I'll add on to that, often one of the most common calls we get is about dogs escaping from their yard. So we're going to reestablish our partnership from years ago with code enforcement to make sure that if there's a faulty fence, those are getting reported through code, because their burden of proof is much lower than ours. We have to show proof that the dog was outside the fence. They just have to take a picture of the fence in poor condition.
Okay, thank you both for that. And now we're going to the queue. First, we'll hear from Councilwoman Logan, followed by Councilwoman Green. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the presentation. Would you send it
Yes,
to
ma'am.
as soon as possible so I can kind of follow? The animals, and you may have mentioned, I missed it, are the animals that we have up for adoption already, like spayed and neutered, the cats and dogs?
Thanks to a wonderful partnership with Cindy Dewey, the cats, any cats that we have that aren't spayed already, it's simply because they were either too young last week when we did several surgeries with her, or they were too sick. They have to be so many weeks old and at least 2 pounds before we can spay and neuter them. But our cats are getting spayed and neutered thanks to this wonderful partnership. So the cats is not an issue. The cats are ready to go. With the dogs, we do continue to have a problem. We have a backlog of spays and neuters that's needed. I've got about 93 dogs right now that are either have an adoption or a foster placement, but I can't release them from the shelter until they're spayed or neutered. We do have at least 20, I think we're up to 23 or 24 of them scheduled for surgery. We're calling clinics, but a lot of times, as we look to go outside, they can take 2 or 3. Maybe we'll get a really good call and somebody can take 4 over the course of the week. But that's the kind of numbers that we're dealing with to try to chip down our backlog. We do have, many people have given us suggestions on how to hold groups that might be willing to partner with us on mass spay and neuter events, and we are actively pursuing those so that we could have, in theory, a big day with several vets coming in and, say, do 100 in one go. So we're working very hard to see if we can't make that happen within the next couple weeks.
But the policy and the practice is to not have them
yes,
adopted.
there are a couple of exceptions. If a dog is too sick to be spayed and neutered, and we think it has a better chance of recovery in a foster home, or if it's experiencing some severe stress, we'll let it go to a foster home. But we send those with foster parents who understand that they will need to bring the animal back when it's ready so that it can be spayed or neutered.
Okay. All right. Are you okay?
Okay, Councilwoman Green, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I am glad to see a lot of the immediate and sort of longer term directives that you have in place. There are a couple of ideas, suggestions, questions I have, so I'm just going to go through them. You may not have the answer today. One is, you mentioned grants, which I think is a great thing that we should be looking at. I know last time we approved funding from Shelby County. I'm curious about funding from other municipalities that, where dogs end up in our shelters. I did hear that sometimes it's this game of, I live in Germantown, but I found a dog downtown on my way to work. And so I go to MAS and they say, well, your driver's license says Germantown. Go to the Germantown shelter. You go to Germantown. They say, well, you found the dog in Memphis. And so people get stuck in limbo. I would like to see some clear guidelines, some MOUs, put in place, as well as funding. If we're going to be continuing to take animals from outside municipalities that don't have shelters, I would like to, see some requests for funding. I also think that it would be a good idea as we are looking to make changes. This is not the first time that Memphis has gotten into issues at our shelter, that we should take whoever ends up in leadership and maybe some people from the administration to visit other shelters that are running well. I'm on the board of the Humane Society. I asked them for a couple of different places. I'm happy to share those, but I know one of them is Nashville. And so just taking your senior team to go see a shelter and see what their, best practices are. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Sometimes we just need to learn from our sister city. I am curious about the advisory board status right now. If maybe you can give me some information on that, Chief Adams, because it says reestablish the advisory board, and I know I'm not the only one, but I get emails that say, we have an advisory board, but it never meets and we never do anything. So is there an advisory board? Are there members? Are their terms expired? Like, what's the status right now of the advisory board?
So there is an advisory board. They've not met in some time. They were all appointed by the prior mayor. I can't tell you their term, but I would dare say that Mayor Young is going to look at reestablishing that. Those who still have an active term, then he will reappoint. Those that don't, he will appoint new. But they will. Why they did not meet, I cannot tell you. So.
I know.
Yeah.
This whole animal welfare business is brand new to you right now.
Yeah.
You're getting a crash course.
Yeah.
I wanted to say on the hiring front, again, for everybody who's listening, I hope people that care about animals will come and apply. But I do know at the Shelby County Prison, we have a program with the women prisoners where they are training dogs. And we specifically target women who are, their release dates are near. So we've had one group already graduate, and so that was 6 women, and we have another 6 that are in the middle of their program right now. I'm happy to make connections, but I think that's another place of, they are trained in handling dogs, and so maybe that could be a resource for you. I am such a big proponent of us giving our reentering citizens a second chance, because we need to be able to make them good citizens and good neighbors. And these are women who have stepped up to do something behind the bars to give them those skills and training. So if we're looking for those skills and training, let's just make that connection. I think it would be better for all of us. And then the last thing I wanted to say is, in all of your timeline, I don't see a decision about any leadership change. Whether the leadership that we had with Mr. Coleman will stay or whether there will be a shift. You may not know right now, but I'm curious as to the timeline for when that decision will be made.
So all of that will depend on the investigation and the outcome of the investigation, what will come from that investigation as well.
So how long has the investigation been going on?
Less than a month.
Okay. And do we foresee it taking another month or a short, I'm just getting a general timeline so that I can answer citizens. Again, this is, of course, something that it's up there with trash, that we get a lot of calls and emails about. And so I just want to give them a timeline for when they can see, information coming out.
So I understand. Right now, I'm kind of hesitant to publicly speak because there's some serious.
You're a good lawyer.
There are serious allegations against this young man, and I think that before we put those things out publicly, we should allow the investigation itself to rest, and then we allow his due process to run its course, and then we move. Right now, we do have someone here that's providing that daily leadership, and to that end, as long as we have a steady hand at the wheel, we have corrective action. Then at this particular point, with respect to Mr. Coleman, we'll make that happen. I do understand the citizens deserve to know, but what I don't want to do is to also say something that could jeopardize or in some way mischaracterize where we're going. I want to be very honest, and I understand your position.
I guess
as well.
The reason that I got multiple questions is because in the Daily Memphian, there was a quote that said, we're going to be looking for somebody with shelter experience to fill the interim role. And of course, Mr. Coleman is somebody with shelter experience. So it could be him or it could be someone else. And, you know, we can't always expect our press to give a full quote or full context. So I had multiple people say, oh, well, so he's gone. And so we're looking for somebody else. And I couldn't really answer that, and I couldn't really give a timeline. So that's the context of where I'm getting these questions and how I'm having to answer them. So I appreciate what you're doing. Of course, the lawyer in me also appreciates good due process. You know, I just hope that as soon as we do have answers, that you know you'll share them with us so that we can be aware. And I would say also that, you know, shelter experience is important, but I will say that the director of the Humane Society came in with no shelter experience, but hired good shelter people around her, and it's running very smoothly. So, you know, I wouldn't limit yourself if that's like one of the criteria.
Well, fortunately, we do have. Again, I'm a novice at this. I'm new, but we have really good agencies and partners and volunteers that have stepped up. So we do have one that we are considering that could possibly bring us some people with shelter and or experience with animal care. So
that's great to hear. Thank you, and I appreciate y'all bringing this to us.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we recognize Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. First of all, thank you. I would like to extend a gratitude and appreciation to Chief and to Julius for stepping in, not knowing anything about mass. We appreciate you doing what you did until we found, and you took the position. So we are so very grateful and thankful for this. This is not our first rodeo for many years, but thank you. I thank you all for, this is a hard place we're in, but we're moving the needle along. And I think this is what we said at the beginning of the year. And so we're trying to phase out all this other stuff and move the needle along. We don't have the money that the county has. They have $1 billion and we have $1 million. So when we talk about funding and everything, and these other municipalities, unincorporated, want to come in, we need to take care of what's over here first. And then we'll deal with them and deal with their budget and make sure that their budget is taken care of over there on the county side where my colleague work at, to make sure they have the correct funding and the sustainability, because we need sustainability over here, and we know what our budget look like, and we want to be fair to everyone, but especially to the city of Memphis, who is normally neglected. So thank you for stepping up. Thank you both for doing what you've done. I am an animal lover. I have 2 big, huge German Shepherds, always, and one is an adoptive, a rescue dog that we do have. So I understand it. But I want to talk about this young lady who wrote a letter. And I think we all got the letter. Her name is Nia Reed. And she is now she's a freshman. And I wanted her to know publicly that I did read her email that she sent to us about the animal shelter and about, you know, how she was disencouraged with some of the responses, and that we are currently moving forward to make it better for our citizens here in Memphis and for all the pet lovers. So Nia Reed, thank you for your email. Congratulations on you going to college. This is her freshman year. But thank you for being a citizen, a good citizen concerned about the mass, the animal shelter. But I wanted to acknowledge that, to let her know that we are moving forward. We are diligently working together to make this a better Memphis animal shelter. We know we've had a lot of heartburn, but the city pulse, all our pulse is beating the same way, and everything is important to us. So thank you and your team for what you're doing, and we're gonna hope the county can just give us a little bit more money, their billions of their budget that they have compared to our $1 million. Thank you.
Right.
I yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, is there any other business to come before this committee?
Good morning, everyone. Today is July 23rd, and it is now 9:26 a.m. I hereby call the Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Cole, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Easter Thomas. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Chair White.
Present. Thank you. So we have an agenda, but before we go to the agenda, Councilwoman Walker has asked to make some remarks before she has to step out.
Yes, please. Thank you. Chief Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to thank you and your staff, your rank and file. I want to thank everyone who came out and supported my town hall meeting. Safe and clean neighborhoods. And I've been adamant about it. We had a record-breaking dumpster day, and I just want to thank you all again for coming out and supporting and your contribution to the occasion. Thank you again.
Thank you. It was a great turnout.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you. And that was a great start to the meeting. I always like to start off with something positive, and I was going to wait until later, but I think that's a perfect time for me to say thank you as well to all of you all, as well as Chief Crow. I see our other chiefs, directors, lieutenants, all of you all. Thank you all so much. We went out Friday into Frazier and Raleigh. Councilwoman Logan came along. Chief Adams was there. And we had the mayor, and we had just about, I think, a big portion of the leadership team going out into the neighborhoods, and I felt like it was very impactful. And as Chief Davis knows, that it led some additional conversations as to what we can do as a council in terms of developing policy to help our businesses and premise owners to make Memphis safer. So thank you so much for that initiative, for that thought. I think it was very impactful, and I look forward to us doing it again.
Thank you.
So on today's agenda, we have item number one, which is you want to go now? Oh. Item number one, which is a resolution to appropriate $1 million of the City of Memphis Police Services CIP project PD 02016, New Mount Moriah Station. The total amount of the $500,000 construction FFE and $500,000 to construction. All council districts sponsored by, who is this sponsored by? The administration. May I please have a motion and a second?
Motion. Second.
So we have a motion by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and a second by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. You all may proceed.
Good morning. CJ Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street. I'll let Lieutenant Merritt, who oversees our various facilities and CIP projects, give you an update on this particular item.
Good morning. Lieutenant Adam Merritt, 170 North Main. I just want to clarify, you said on the second part of that, you said the construction. I want to make sure we got a $500,000 to FF&E. The second line, you said construction only, and that should be construction IT.
Thank you for that correction.
Yes, ma'am. And that project is ahead of schedule. We've anticipated moving in April, but now that's been moved up to January.
That is an ongoing CIP project. It is, as Lieutenant Merritt, have to commend him and the team for pushing forward with construction, and that CIP project will be ending, we're hoping, by the end of this year. If you drive by the Mount Moriah Station, the current structure, of course, is still in place, but the new building is sprawling, and it is really looking good, and the department is excited about our officers having an opportunity to be in a new, more accommodating space.
Is there anything further from the administration?
Not at this time.
Do we have any council members in the queue? All right, seeing there are no further questions, we'll take a voice vote on this resolution. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. This will go on our go. council meeting.
Thank you.
So item number 2 is an update from MPD, all council districts, requested by the Public Safety Committee. You may be recognized.
Deputy Chief Oakley, 170 North Main. Okay, here's a violent crime update from the end of June. Homicides are down 20 from 182 to 162. Our sexual assault is down by 13. Our robberies are down almost 400, and our aggravated assaults down about 100. So we do see some reductions in our violent crime year to date. You can see we're down 5.64% year to date in our violent crime, and for the month to date and year to date almost 8%. So we are seeing some good reduction in our violent crime as well as our property crime. Auto crimes, we know last year we had a huge increase in theft from motor vehicle and auto theft, but this year we are down, which is good news, about 30% on our auto theft and 20-something% on the theft from motor vehicles. So our theft from semi-trailers have gone up a little bit, 14. Our colonels are working on plans and strategies to get that down. Theft from motor vehicle is down right 1,100, good reduction. Auto theft is down almost 3,000 from this time last year. Our shoplifting, shoplifting is an issue that does drive our Part 1 crime up. You can see our shoplifting last year, almost 10,000 misdemeanor shoplifting, and our felony shoplifting, 629. Then we'll look at some other stats. Our burglary business are down. Go back. Sorry, thank you. Burglary business are down right at 400. Shoplifting, felony down a little bit by 8. Then our misdemeanor shoplifting, 4609, down from 4676. Crime drivers, we know auto theft is our crime driver. What car is stolen most in the city year to date? Nissan, the Maximas and Altimas. We encourage our Nissan owners to get a club for their steering wheel lock, and we have been distributing those for the past year. MPD has second and third Hyundais and Kias, Chevys, Infinitis, Dodge, Ford, and other GM products. Auto theft arrests, we've arrested 529 for the first 6 months of the year. And what's the high age? 18. We've arrested 53 18-year-olds. Our second most arrested age would be 17, followed by 15, and then 16. And we break it down a little bit more. Our juveniles, as well as 18, 19, and 20. Yes, we have arrested 2 10-year-olds, 3 12-year-olds, 6 13-year-olds. Yes. And it shows 18 is our high age number. And then 19, we had 29, and at 20 years old, 20. Okay, what do we look like? Our report card for the first 6 months of the year. Year to date, down 17.54%. All of our precincts are in the green. The end of June, we came in at 1574. So there your precincts were. They were all in the green for the first 6 months of the year. For the past 28 days, we're down 15.48%. 863 less victims than this time last year. What have we been doing? We have a compliance team for downtown at North Main Station to address illegal parking, car break-ins, unpermitted food vendors, reckless driving, party vehicles, etc. We've hosted a security meeting at Real Time Crime Center with some of our heads of security from Lowe's, Home Depot, Walgreens, Walmart, and others. The mayor, the division directors, Chief Davis, and some of you toured in Raleigh-Fraser area to address quality of life issues holistically, code enforcement, cameras, business assessments, hot spots for our crimes and apartments, etc. We are conducting monthly business awareness forum to discuss crime prevention techniques. The most recent one last month was the Airway Station. We had over 30 business owners there, and it was a great meeting. A lot of good participation. Our Code Zero operations twice monthly at precincts. We're partnering with the Sheriff's Department, THP, Code Enforcement to address our crime issues, blight, code violations, warrants, abandoned properties, and then our traffic violations. And we're continuously pushing Connect to Memphis, our camera network, all community meetings, business meetings, and town hall meetings. I know the last one, Councilwoman, we had at Southbrook Mall, we had a Connect Memphis table set up to demonstrate for all those who are interested. Don Crow, Assistant Chief of Police, 170 North Main. I want to talk a little bit about Code Zero. And I think by now we all know what Code Zero is. It's a concentrated effort to increase resources in a particular precinct, a precinct that's shown that they need the additional resources. And none of the Code Zero operations would be successful without the partnerships that we have. And publicly, we always want to thank the Shelby County Sheriff's Department. They come to every event. Tennessee Highway Patrol comes to every single event. The Board of Parole and Probations comes to every single event to assist us. And certainly the Code Enforcement Division comes to help us. Fire Department is there with us almost every single time. And between all this, a lot of work is accomplished. So the information on the screen was what was available prior to this past Friday. So when you add it all up together, the events, there had been 482 MPD personnel that took place in these events, made a total of 159 arrests, wrote 828 traffic citations, seized 23 firearms, and 5 stolen cars were recovered as a result of these operations. The chart on the slide talks a little bit about what code enforcement does in partnership with us. Certainly the business assessments, our community impact officers do those. They provide security tips, assessments, and ideas for businesses to make themselves safer. And then code enforcement, they do tire collection, the bags of trash, the yard violations, the signs collected, cleaning drains. And then the fire department inspecting businesses. These are mostly businesses that are serving alcohol. As you know, that they have very strict rules they have to follow, especially in regards to occupancy. Now, what this does not reflect is this past Friday. So the most recent Operation Code Zero was Friday, July 19th at Austin P Station, right after the tour. And we definitely want to compliment everyone for their participation in it. And Austin P actually did a really good job. I see a question.
Was there a question?
With the Code Zero, isn't that where you all will get in an area and just stop all the cars and then search them and all of that?
Actually, no. You're probably thinking like more of a road, sort of roadblocks and things like that. We don't do roadblocks. What it is just based on what Chief Crow has just mentioned, we concentrate on everything from blight. We do reckless driving, citations, paying attention to individuals who have moving violations. So the violations that you see from traffic are basically just observed moving violations that the officers have pulled someone over, and sometimes that leads to additional arrests. But what Chief Crow was getting ready to say is that with our work in Austin P this past Friday, there were record-breaking numbers, really alarming numbers. But the Code Zero operations are based on hotspot statistics. So we're moving from one precinct to the next. in order to have that concentration, bring in officers from other precincts.
So when you say precinct, you're doing the area, not
That-
necessarily at the precinct.
That's right. That's right. The entire area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, say for instance, Austin P, it was the entire area. Rain Station, the entire area. Ridgeway Station, the entire area. And so we are planning 2 of these operations every month, and we're moving around the city based on the crime stats. And so this past weekend, all of the other agencies that work with us were able to help us with these stats that Chief Crow is going to share with you, and they were considerable.
Absolutely. So these operations last 12 hours from 2 p.m. till 2 a.m. And Austin P Station just did a fantastic job of keeping up with the stats and documenting it. But for that 12-hour period, we had 155 officers there from various agencies. Those 155 officers made 30 felony arrests, 15 misdemeanor arrests, also issued 29 misdemeanor citations. Those misdemeanor citations are in lieu of a transport, but they're still considered an arrest. So the total arrest was 75 for Austin P Station. And to kind of break that down further, 5 were felony drug arrests, 23 were people arrested that had outstanding felony warrants.
Hold on just a minute.
Is
Just
this
a-
Tillman or Austin P?
So what
It
you
says
have in front of you is a combination of Mount Moriah Airways and Tillman. Those operations led up to June.
Oh,
we,
okay.
we because we just did this last operation, we haven't updated the city's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We haven't updated the city's website just yet with these new numbers. In another week or so, you'll see these numbers that we're talking about from Austin P added to the totals for the first 7 months at that point of the year.
Okay. Is it a way to disaggregate them and just get the ones for Austin P so I can?
Oh, yes.
know?
Matter of fact, we can give you a copy
Okay. Thank
and
you.
send everyone a copy of the Austin P stats.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. So the presentation you're seeing was prepared last week, kind of with the deadline to get it over here.
Okay.
So they hadn't had a chance to add the newest numbers to it. 5 felony drug arrests, 23 people arrested with felony warrants, 2 other felony arrests, 2 people arrested with misdemeanor drug possession,
Yes, ma'am.
10 people with misdemeanor warrants, 33 other misdemeanor arrests for that total of 75. And based upon the investigations conducted, 1 felony warrant was issued at the end of the night. For traffic enforcement, 266 citations issued, 51 courtesy citations issued, 25 physical arrests from traffic stops, 22 misdemeanor citations, and 15 vehicles refused to stop for the officers when they were conducting their investigations. 1,303 grams of marijuana was seized. A little bit of crack cocaine was seized, less than a gram of that, and 12 hydrocodone pills were seized. 10 handguns recovered in one night. 10 handguns and 2 long guns, for a total of 12 firearms recovered. Of those 12 firearms, 3 were stolen firearms. So excellent work. 2 vehicles seized for drug seizures. Those are still going through it. 1 stolen car recovered, for a total of 3 cars seized or recovered that night. So excellent work. It shows what happens when you put a large amount of resources in an area. But the one that we always come back to is the number of warrant arrests. 23 felony warrants, 10 misdemeanor warrants arrested in one night.
And so the overview that Chief Crow just gave you is really just a summary of how each one of these operations will go. And as we said before, it's not just enforcement, it's about how do we change the overall landscape of all of our, communities, all of the precincts that we see, various types of crimes, because we know environmental issues contribute to crime. And so Austin P did an exceptional job. So now there's a bit of competition on how we keep that good work up amongst the other stations. And the tour that we spoke about earlier, Councilmember White, that was the first of a new concept to go out into the different stations, to the different areas, and have the directors of all of our different departments to ride with the mayor and the council member to just look at the various problem areas that you would like to see some changes and some work. So it helped to put our eyes on it and the directors to take notes about what actions they would take in those areas. So thank you for accompanying us.
Our External Relations Division, our community impact officers visited 34 businesses, and they offer those businesses a security assessment or just advice, and they try to help the business owners reduce problems or crime at their property. So 34 business owners were contacted and offered assistance.
Those are done by our retired officers that we brought back to do that type of work.
Connect Memphis, we're up to 7,533 registered cameras and over 1,400 integrated cameras. So we're constantly talking about this, and we need your help to talk to your constituents to go to connect2memphis.org to register their home cameras and consider being part of the public-private partnership to integrate the cameras to keep our city safer.
Question?
Gonna get our cameras.
You were going to ask that, Councilwoman. The RFQ has been completed. A vendor has been ID'd, barring any appeals, et cetera. We should get moving on that soon. The analysts are working on the 7 council district hotspot locations.
We need to find out where they are, and we need to go pick them up.
Well, once everything is complete and we get to go ahead, they will start assembling the cameras, and then by the time they're through, we'll start placing them in your council districts.
Okay. Which cycle are we on?
7.
If I may, Jim. Okay.
Sentinel 7.
7. 6 has already been installed. We're on 7.
Right.
And was that this year? Are we on target, on time schedule?
Well, COVID put us about 2 years behind.
We're on last year?
Yeah. So we're at least 1 year behind.
So we're gonna do 2 years, then 1 to catch up, or what is the plan for that?
He's going to do whatever we need to do to expedite. Isn't that right?
Okay.
That is right, Chief Davis.
Okay, if you could let us know when y'all come back. So,
Okay.
there's been a lot of questions about that.
At this time, we'll have an update on recruitment and other training issues.
Good morning, Sharonda Hampton, Interim Assistant Chief of Administrative Services, 170 North Main. Our Police Training Academy recruitment update from January through June, we have 209 new hires. We have 5 rehires and 4 more in the hopper. As we speak, 52 resigned. We have 81 retired, a total of 6 who have been separated, and this is through June the 29th, 52 recruits. However, as of today, we actually have 92 recruits who are at the academy. Since January 2024, we hosted 5 recruitment expos, totaling over 435 applicants, and to date, we've hired 259 new recruits in 2024. These are some of the programs that the Training Academy has been doing. The first one is Fair and Impartial Policing Command. We had the community training. That was a 2-day training at the Embassy Suite. We expanded the leadership training for all new field level police supervisors. We expanded the current Training Academy specialized training curriculum, and we also expanded the training for all non-sworn personnel with focused attentions on customer service. We expanded the training for all commanders with focused attention on incident command and strategic planning. We're in the process of the transition and training for the department's new handgun for all officers. We expand the networking of the CIT, which is the Crisis Intervention Program, with our local community partners to provide accessible services for everyone. The Detroit Policing Exchange training for new law enforcement, which is the GVIB model. So we're we're mirroring the Detroit police model for that. And last but not least, the MPD Exchange with New Orleans Police Department, which is sponsored by the COPS Office, Do the Right Thing training, which consists of 5 MPD personnel for Train the Trainer.
You know, we're often asked about MPD's involvement in the community engagement. And I would tell you this, there's no organization, there's no division of city government more involved with the community and in community events. And so we have a community engagement unit. This is some of the things that they do, but we have an MPD Youth Explorers program for those 12 to 17. Hopefully they'll pursue a career in law enforcement. Back to a Girl Scouts program. Every year we do a prom closet where we assist students with getting clothing and being prepared for their prom. Of course, the DARE program, Drug Awareness and Resistance Education. We do a spring and a fall class. This past spring, over 500 students graduated from that program just in the spring session. Feed the Needy we participate with all throughout the year, but that culminates in Thanksgiving, giving away the Thanksgiving baskets. Clergy and Citizens Academy, a great time to tell anyone listening, we're taking applications now for the Fall Citizens Academy. Go by the precinct where you live, go by the precinct where you work, fill out the application. We'd be honored to have you in the Citizens Academy. I've never heard anyone say that they regretted attending the Citizens Academy. Black History Knowledge Bowl, the Memphis Summer Camps, that's at each precinct, the Great Summer Camp, Gears for Fears Bicycle Camp, law enforcement career fairs. We'll do it to any church, any school that invites us. We're happy to do it. The CRAS presentation, that's an active shooter presentation on what businesses and employees should do if they face that situation. TCAP pep rally to help motivate and encourage students. We always do a back-to-school supply drive. Mid-South Pride Festival, we're there every year. Easter festivals. The Opportunity R3 program with Crime Watch. Rites of Passage Community Fair. The Kicking and Pride competition. Ice cream socials. Certainly we know we host citywide neighborhood watch meetings. Golden Friends Senior Safety Presentation. Community engagement overview where we're trying to recruit and do police in-service training, but we encourage all officers to participate in community engagement. And we do that by having the community engagement present what they're doing. Hiring expos, drug and alcohol vape awareness, Real Talk, which is role-playing with students and have the students act like officers. Hanging with Heroes, community safety panel, Drive and Survive, where officers accompany DARE camp participants and learn how to swim. I think I said drive, but it's dive and survive. We asked the community engagement unit to provide us some data, and it's almost mind-boggling. So far this year, so January through June 30th, 6 months of review, our community engagement team has put on 141 programs. Those programs have consisted of 479 hours of programming, and 48,000 people have participated in those programs. 507 officers have worked at those programs, and the officers have put in 1,763 man-hours into those programs. And that's just 6 months of the year.
Thank you, Chief Crow. That concludes our presentations, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you. Can we go back to that slide by request of Councilwoman Swearingen Washington? And then right now I'm going to go in the queue. We have Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I would just like to say that I commend the community engagement, but some of the activities, it seems as if could be passed to some of the nonprofit organizations or something, because we want our ultimate goal for our police department to be protecting the citizens. So I'm looking at like the Black History Knowledge Bowl, the Easter Festival, Hanging with the Heroes, some of that, you know, what's our focus?
So the Black History Knowledge Bowl is something historically that the department has done, and it partners with churches. And the Knowledge Bowl is normally held at various churches, and the individuals, the students that participate in it are students that are in the COPS program anyway, and the students that belong to that church that they actually have that event at.
I would just like to say, I commend the community engagement, but hopefully it will not be a deterrent for our protection of our citizens. We just want to make sure that we are focusing on safety, because I don't know about you all, but I'm getting all kinds of emails. People are being concerned about the safety of our city, threatening to move and all of that. So I just want safety to be the number one priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. My question was on the sit-down camera program, but you already answered that we should be getting that information soon. I do want to ask you something offline about cameras, though, once we're done. It was already answered. Thank you, Chair.
Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go back to the weekend and really commend you all on the program. This is what we need. I know this is the first one and took a lot of notes and, make some adjustments, but it was awesome to see the force in the community, and I think it really helped in the community with them being satisfied and seeing you out there. It shook things up, and that's something we want to see on an ongoing basis. I wanted to make sure that we are going to continue this. I know you have to hit each precinct, but are you going to circle back, and is this going to be our standard now, the normal practice? What was this, an event? Because the buzz is still going on, in terms of the show of force and the no-nonsense approach. And if and most people, we used to think about certain municipalities like that, and they would, as soon as you cross the line, people sit up straight, slow down, and we want that throughout our city. We want to take our streets back, and this is a beginning. It was a great beginning to shake things up, and I think you all saw how people respond and what their expressions were. So I'm glad to see that, and I wanted to say thank you and commend everybody for that. I am looking forward to you all coming back so we can hit during the second part of this, the blight part. And I think putting those together, and as we continue to work out the kinks, it'll be a great model. The second thing was I want to ask, do the police accompany code inspectors when they go out, or what does that look like, that relationship? And then the third thing was, is it possible to see how the youth that you're impacting through the COPS program, how they fare as they age? I don't know if you can kind of keep up with them, or just kind of see, that can give us an idea of how successful that is, all of the, based on kind of what she was saying, all of the program that we have in the COPS program. I'm sure it's impactful. I'm sure it's needed. It's helpful. But is it effective, and how do you gauge that? Yes, ma'am. So let me address the code enforcement first. We speak with Director Connect, Deputy Director Juliatis, weekly basis, have very ongoing conversations with them. We do not accompany them everywhere they go all day long, but any time that they request us, we have them meet at the nearest precinct. We have officers go with them. We're happy to do it, but we just can't be with them 24 hours. What are your thoughts, or maybe we can talk about this at our next meeting, thoughts about how to bridge that gap? Because sometimes you all are busy or maybe out, and there's so many blighted properties and so many areas that they have to go into that is extremely dangerous, especially when they're checking like these pool party rentals and different, so much is going on. And sometimes they won't, be able to get to some places if it's dangerous. So I just wanted to see if we could start that conversation, or if you all could share some information. You might already have something in place, but I'd like to see that. So we're happy to have that conversation. And please realize with most of these pool party rentals, the police are called first, and we're requesting code enforcement, but also planning and zoning to come out and do their role in it. Well, I was just using that as an example because I've had that in my community a couple of times, and they were going, and I'm like, you can't just send one code inspector, because it's 100 people out here, you know, and they're having a party and you're trying to break it up with one code officer, you know, so that's kind of the thing I was talking about. I just wanted to see if we can look at that because it's increasing, things like that. So that was it. Those are the 3 things. But I definitely am so glad we moved to this model of coming in, just saturating an area, clearing up everything, and then people not know the element of surprise. I think is good as well to start off so they'll know this is the new standard that we'll have in place. So thank you for that.
And yes, it is ongoing. Just to touch on your question about code enforcement too, we're always available to code enforcement, especially in certain areas that are high crime areas. But there may be an opportunity to formalize what that looks like as well. So we'll reach out to the department director and really talk about making sure that those code enforcement officers feel comfortable going in certain areas. We know what they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis as well. The Code Zero operations is something that has been in the works and planning stages for several months. Bringing all the resources to bear has been part of the plan to ensure that it's not just the Memphis Police Department, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, having our booking stations out there on site. This is the new model that our officers have embraced. They actually enjoy working with each other and outside of their normal work environments to conduct these operations, and they've been very successful because of the force multiplier that's involved.
Thank you.
Great job.
We now have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Thank you, Chairwoman. First of all, I want to thank you all and commend you all for all the hard work you do. You put your lives in danger every day, and then you have to come in here and hear your 13 council member, you know, ask for different things. So I thank you. Code Zero is awesome. When you came in Whitehaven, the buzz in the streets, the criminals and everybody got the word that you were in Whitehaven when you all did Code Zero. And so thank you for all the hard work you did, the apprehensions, the warrants, and everything that you did. It consists of a lot of work. Those of us on this 13-body council that is having an issue with the community engagement, I think these were already historically done. Am I mistaken before? These were already in place and still going on. So maybe they should have been looked at a long time ago before now. So thank you, because I've attended some of those. I'm a Girl Scout. I'm a normal Girl Scout. I loved it when I was a Girl Scout, and where I grew up at, the participation of law officers and other entities in the government that would attend, and that showed us and gave us a different eyes and a visual eyesight of possibly maybe becoming a police officer. That wasn't my desire, but seeing you all engage with the community and different community engagements, thank you for that. Thank you again for all the arrests that you make, but we need to look at our DA, and they're changing different things around, and I've had several conversations with our commissioners and everything on the processes that are in order. You all are doing the work, making the arrest, and so thank you for that, for jeopardizing and putting your lives on every day. It's not a perfect science. I don't know what Memphis is looking for or how they're gonna look for or what, but I found out being here for 29 years and just looking at it, it's a cliquish thing here. And if you ain't part of a clique, and if they don't like you especially, I had a very hard time. And when I look at this community and I look at Memphis as a whole, I had a very hard time moving here. Memphis is not very nice to people that are not native Memphians. And they treated me very harshly when I first moved here, even in jobs, because I wasn't a native Memphian. But I spent 29 years here working hard, proving and doing the work and in the trenches. And that's why I'm here now. So I understand when we're not from Memphis and what happens to how mean and ugly they can be sometimes to us. Secondly, I would like to know the new interim. Thank you. Glad to see you here today. Appreciate your first appearance and coming in and with your presentation. But Chief, I would like to know that all of your commanders, I want to know their job responsibility and what their roles are, because you're taking a lot of heat. But if I'm a boss and when I delegate to my people, I expect them to do their job. You understand? I expect them to do their job and to be proficient and to be able to be present and ask. Crow, I appreciate you. Oakley, thank you for the tour for real-time crime. You're doing an amazing job. Thank you for giving me the understanding and the clarity of when our cameras are coming and why the setbacks and how that came. Thank you for a very clear explanation on why we are where we are now. Thank you, and thank you. I pray that the morale of this Memphis Police Department will increase. I pray that every council person that's on this board and sit on this seat will invite you all to all their constituents that are having these problems and these emails. The emails that I'm getting, they are commending for the work and how we're trying to come together and work. It's not a perfect science. It's not going to just be perfect for everyone all the time. I'm not liked very well, and that's okay, but I'm gonna continue to do my job until the assignment is done. So I want to thank you all for risking your lives and trying to get back home to your families on a day-to-day basis. So for that, I yield the floor. Thank you. We now have Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. AC Hampton, congratulations to you on your recent promotion. To all of you, thank you for what you do and the men and women of the MPD every day. It's encouraging to see a lot of these numbers going down. 2,600 less cars being stolen in 2023. We're definitely moving in the right direction now. Some categories, ag assaults, certainly would like to see them lower, and certainly there's more work to do, but we do appreciate the work that you have done, and we're glad to see the numbers going down. I agree with Councilwoman Swearinger-Washington that is the number one concern of all of our constituents is our crime rate. So we're glad to see them moving in the right direction. A couple of questions. First, about our recruitment. For the 52 that resigned, do we ever do any exit interviews?
Yes, we do.
Is there ever an overwhelming theme of why we're losing them? So for me, I would like to know, is it pay? Is it other issues? Or something that this body can do to retain these officers so that we don't lose as many as we do?
I can. And we try to evaluate when we look at those resignations to see whether or not a person is leaving because they're going to another agency or whether they're leaving because of a family reason. Some of our officers leave because their spouses got a job someplace else and they're moving on. But we certainly are looking to see whether or not our officers are leaving to go to other agencies and trying to determine what that reason is. We haven't seen the reason being pay lately. And so, but on our next presentation, we'll take a deeper dive. That 52 that resigned, of course, retirements we can't do anything about.
Right.
But our resignations have gone down considerably, but it's still important for us to take a look, council member.
Yeah, whatever information you could share on that, I would appreciate that. Second, I would like to piggyback on what Councilwoman Logan was talking about with code. Chief Davis, when you were in Atlanta, was code underneath the police department umbrella?
Yes, it was.
What are your thoughts on moving code underneath MPD's umbrella?
Well, at the time, and I'll just say this because it may have some relevance, here, the backlog was extremely high, and the ability for property owners to really take the code issue seriously was not something that we had the privilege of. The citation didn't mean very much to absentee owners, but what really helped was having a court system and an environmental court that had a very, very, very firm attitude about absentee property owners that don't live in the city that continue to get benefit from renters or whatever the case might be. And so there was a complete overhaul during that period of about a year. I worked very closely with the administration on the overhaul and moving code into the Atlanta Police Department. It's still there. They're still effective. It also answers the question about safety issues as well. But of course, the key is always having a court system that is staffed with prosecutors that are working with the code inspectors and going after absentee property owners and taking properties into a land bank when they are ignored or when they're highly hazardous to demolish because of the highly hazardous conditions, and taking those properties into land bank and utilizing them for other reasons.
Thank you, Chief. Colleagues, I know that's an administrative function. However, Chair White, I would like to have a conversation in the future about the possibility of moving code enforcement under MPD, what that would look like, and invite the administration to just have some back and forth conversation on if that's even possible. I think it would certainly add teeth to code and would make people understand that we're more serious about this and we're not going to put up with these absentee bad actors that have no intention of doing the right thing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Canella, I would like to just add to the resignations on those 52. So we have a mandatory exit interview form. It's electronic. Every person that resigned, not the retirees, but the resignations, we have an electronic copy that is housed in MPD HR. So before they check out, that's the last step in MPD HR. They have to turn in the mandatory exit interview form, so we can get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
And I also, I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't say, even with the community engagement work, council member, I didn't say that a lot of that work is done by volunteer officers, and what we'll do is we'll provide those hours and those numbers so you get a better perspective of how much is on duty, MPD, and a lot of it is volunteer. You know, I volunteer with the Girl Scouts. The women that work with the Girl Scouts, they're all volunteering to help and support those troops too, but we'll make sure that you get that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the thoroughness of this report. I just want to make a couple of comments, and then I actually want to just ask for some more information next time on a couple of different topics. I'm glad to see numbers going down. I do want to keep it in context, which is we're comparing the numbers to the worst year on record for Memphis. And so it's great that it's going down. Maybe if we could provide multiple years to see a better scale of where we're standing, I think that would be important. I know we'll never really catch, under reports or non-reports. I've had multiple people who haven't even called out the officers when their cars have been broken into. And that's why I kind of keep pushing the solve rate. It's also true with rapes, right? We know that they're often under or not reported. And the solve rate really helps with that because people feel confident that something's going to be done. So if there's a way that we could incorporate solve rates when we're looking at some of these major violent crimes, I think that would be helpful as well. Because I know we've had conversations about how we can have a crime lab or things we could do to enhance. And so I want to know what solutions we can put on the table. If we're seeing that it's DNA in rape cases, maybe would help, or fingerprints in police cars could help. I want to know where we should be shifting funding to help you guys get that solve rate up so that we are getting true numbers and true reports. The attrition issue, when I looked at the numbers, it was about 266 new or rehires and 139 resigned, retired, terminated, deceased. That's about 50%, and that's quite the churn rate. It's not what we see at fire, which is at 100%, which is crazy to me. But that's, I do think it's important that we get some better information about where they're going and why, so that we can, again, assist you. I hear you when you say it's not the pay. So what else is it that we could be doing to make sure that once we get these officers here, we keep these officers here? We want them to be connected to our communities. Is it things like we've talked about before with the foundation, having housing, take-home cars, outside benefits, or are there other, frustrations and just burnout? I'm a former public defender. I get it. So what else could we be doing? I guess that's where I would like to see a little bit more information on attrition. One of the other things I keep hearing from frontline officers is about the cars. I got a report that there's 37 cars assigned to Crump and only 13 of them are running. I want to know how I can help you in this. So I have a multi-pronged question and solution, maybe some for you, some for the administration. One of the things is, how can we get more funds and to buy more cars for you, right? I'm curious, after living through budget season, about your event fees, because what I saw in the budget was about $500,000 that you collect in event fees. So I'd like to know how many events we're staffing a year, how many man hours that is, and how many people or groups are actually paying, Because that seems really low to me. Just when I think about Grizzlies games, Memphis Tiger games, the St. Jude Marathon, every 5K, I feel like we're not collecting enough fees, and I think that could be a good source of funding to get you more police cars. So if you could bring us some information on that. I don't expect you to have it today, but I think that's one thing. And then, of course, we do need to know, like, how many cars are assigned to each station and how many are set up for repair, because if we need to make a resolution that you guys get moved to the front of line of fleet services, cars running 24 hours a day out of one station is just crazy. We're not going to be able to do what we need to do. So if that's something I need to do, I want to do it. But first, we need some numbers about how many cars are assigned to you, how many are sitting in fleet services, how long they've been there, et cetera. If we need to be contracting out outside of fleet services, et cetera. And then the other thing I know about cars is I have been told when cars are wrecked, and look, I had my first wreck on my 16th birthday, so I'm a tried and true Memphis driver. So I know sometimes they're our fault, sometimes they're not our fault, right? And so when you get reimbursed from insurance, it's my understanding that that goes back into the general fund instead of coming back to you guys to buy more police cars. So again, I would like to, that may be something for the administration to answer for us. How many of those kinds of reimbursements have we gotten, and has that money made its way back to you? How long does that take? Because if we need to set up a special fund or have a resolution that when that insurance payment comes out, it goes back to you to pay for more cars, we'll do a resolution. There's no reason that should go back into the general fund and then pay for something that's not a car, in my opinion. So I'm trying to find solutions to help you from what I'm hearing from the men and women on the front lines. A lot of it has to do around having the right resources. So if there's ways I can generate income, I'm gonna try to go there, whether it's through event fees or through insurance payants. And if there's anything else that I can do to assist you outside of cars, other resources you need, we can talk about that too. But I would like next time we come back to have a discussion about that.
So I'll just respond quickly without belaboring the point. You're absolutely right about the cars. I asked the administration, as a matter of fact, Chief Operating Officer Antonio Adams procured a vendor to do a complete audit on our fleet. We have many cars that are sitting around that should have been gone a long time ago, and there is really no idea of the entire fleet status. And so they're in the process of doing that audit right now. We do need to have better service as it relates to the return on vehicles. Instead of having 19 vehicles waiting to be serviced, sometimes our officers don't want to put a car in for routine maintenance because they're afraid they're not going to get their car back.
Right.
And so the work that's being done at private dealerships as well, sometimes because that work's already paid for in a deal, our cars are put behind, and sometimes I have to pick up the telephone. To call the Dodge dealership and ask them what's happening with our cars. So a more in-depth conversation on how we could be more efficient in getting our fleet up and operating. And we're also looking inside on how we run our vehicles from shift to shift, as opposed to having vehicles just assigned to one shift. If it's a running car, it needs to be running. And so we are looking at how do we keep our vehicles running from shift to shift, and also have a schedule of replacing cars within 5 years instead of having cars that are 10 and 15 years old. Have a regular schedule. Of course, that's a budgetary issue that we'll talk about later. And the last thing that I would say is that we absolutely would love to have more conversation about the free work that our officers do for major events. And even though there's a permitting process and a cost schedule for officers, many times those bills aren't paid. And, and that's just been sort of the routine. But we have cut back on certain types of events that we support. We absolutely want to support events that are sponsored, by the city and supported by the city. But at some point, we believe also that the city should be reimbursed for public safety services.
Couldn't agree with you more. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. We've gone over a little bit, so we're going to get ready to adjourn. I will say that this committee meeting has been very encouraging. And we appreciate, for one, you all's presence here today. You all look really good today here. And we are really excited about these very strategic this is what we did in terms of code violations, because one thing that I've been screaming from the mountaintops is public safety is comprehensive, and blight plays a part in that, and also community policing. And so I actually like the programs. And so it takes a comprehensive and intentional approach, and you all are really doing it. And it's exciting and encouraging to see. And we just have to keep in mind that a decrease is good, and that that's what we have to keep doing, is keep taking stabs at it, making the changes. And it looks like you all are doing that, monitoring and adjusting. And we're excited about it, and we're really grateful. Thank you.
Good morning, you all. I'd like to welcome you all to the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee of the Memphis City Council on Tuesday, July 23rd at 10:39 a.m. Ms. Johnson, can you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Walker.
Present.
Chair Easter Thomas.
Present. Chair observes a quorum. Council members, we have 3 items on the agenda today, 3 appointments. Item number 1, an appointment to the Memphis Landmarks Commission, Shelley Rainwater and Lauren Tolbert. Are those individuals present today? Okay. If you all could come, make sure the mic is on, give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share. I'm sorry. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Motion by Ford, second by Walker. And now you all can give your name, address, and any words you'd like to share in whoever's order.
My name is Shelley Rainwater. Can you hear me? Is that okay? Shelley Rainwater. I live at 1432 Harbert, Memphis, of course. I am a realtor, and I've been on my Neighborhood Landmarks Committee for 10 years, chairing it for the past 5 years. And I'm looking forward to seeing it from a new level.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Tolbert. I live at 8105 Timberknoll Cove, which is in Cordova. And, excuse me, I am a project designer and project manager with LRK, which is a local architecture firm. I've been there for 11 and a half years, and most of my past experience has been with historic and also non-historic adaptive use projects across the city, like Crosstown, Hotel Chiska, currently the Northside High School redevelopment.
Thank you. Colleagues, anybody have any questions or comments? All right. Well, thank you all for being willing to serve on this commission, being in a neighborhood that has also navigated landmarks in the Becca community. We definitely understand how important it is to have knowledgeable people on that committee. Also, let the record show that we've been joined by Councilwoman Green. Council members, we're going to do a voice vote. All those in favor to send this down? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the ayes have it. Ms. Rainwater and Ms. Tolbert, it will be seen in full council in 2 weeks. Thank you. Council members, item number 2, Memphis and Shelby County Board of Adjustment. We have 2 appointees. That is Rebecca Conrad and Gregory Love. Can I get a motion in a second? Second. Motion by Ford, second by Swearingen Washington. Ms. Conrad, Mr. Love. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Hello. If you all in no particular order can give your name, address, and any words you'd like to share. Thank you.
Conrad, 5522 Gwynn Road in Memphis. I'm an architect and president of A&F Architects here in Memphis. Been with them for 35 years. Native Memphian and worked on projects all over the city.
Councilwoman Green.
I just wanted to say for the record that I know you were doing voice votes, but I probably need to abstain. I just have not consulted with council since this is a joint board with Memphis. Both. Anyway, I think it's not going to be an issue, but I would like a chance to speak with council before I make a vote. So I need
Are you abstaining from item number 1?
No, just the ones that are also Memphis and Shelby County. So 2 and 3.
Item 2 and 3?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If you could just say the abstainment when we do the vote. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Love.
Thank you. Good morning. Greg Love, 8500 Carlstock Cove, Cordova, Tennessee. I'm a developer. A little bit about myself. I've been in the construction industry since I was a kid. Most of my family is in construction. My dad's a carpenter. I have uncles that are in heavy equipment and concrete work. I came to Memphis to go to school. I wanted to find out what the other side of the business was like, so I studied business here at the University of Memphis.
undergraduate studies in economics and went on to study finance to figure out how the deals were put together. I've worked for the city for about 15 years. I worked in OPD. I worked in land use controls, comprehensive planning, landmarks, CRA. I think that's all of them. I do projects. I was before this board a couple months ago. Me and three partners of mine are working on the Crosstown Mound.
Thank you, Mr. Love. Council members, any questions, commentary? Well, thank you, Ms. Comrade and Mr. Love, for your willingness to serve on this board. We will be going to a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And then one abstention. And Councilwoman Green. All right. Thank you all. It'll be going down in 2 weeks.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Colleagues, our last item is item number 3, Memphis and Shelby County Land Use Control Board. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Motion by Ford, second by Swearingen Washington. Michael Winter, are you here with us? She just needs to say it.
Good morning, council members. Michael Winter, 1611 West Crestwood, Memphis. I'm an architect, licensed architect in Tennessee and Mississippi. I've worked at 4F Design. I'm a partner and vice president at that firm. It's formerly known as Fleming Architects. I've been there for about 15 years. I work on projects all across Shelby County, notably schools, mixed-use developments, and commercial projects. I've served on the Downtown Memphis Commission Design Review Board as well as Landmarks Commission. I really appreciate Mayor Young's nomination of me for this committee, for this Land Use Control Board, and I appreciate the council support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winter. Any colleagues? Councilwoman Logan.
I didn't get to look at your bio. Have you done any community work or engagement or?
Sure. Our firm does a ton of nonprofit work. We designed the Neighborhood Christian Center, the Streets Ministries, both the Graham Heights and the Vance location. We just finished working with the Make-A-Wish in Mid-South, moving their office to Clark Tower. So we do a ton of work in the nonprofit space.
So you're familiar with the community and Memphis 3.0 and
definitely.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, we're working with Memphis Shelby County Schools on their new high school in Cordova, and that has a huge community engagement component, making sure that we understand what the needs are just for the school, but also for the community, and that has big implications. In fact, that case just went to Land Use Control Board last week, or whenever it was, 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So very familiar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Also, Mr. Winter, following on the concept of community, just a question. What is your viewpoint on community input on land use control items?
I think it's paramount. I mean, as an architect, my job is to serve clients and understand what their goal and their vision is, and then for me to communicate that, design it, communicate it to the contractor. So it's foundational for me. And so for Land Use Control Board, I think understanding the community's desire and their direction, their vision is really important to understand how the zoning controls, how those fit together and guide that vision.
Thank you. I think it's very, very important to be able to listen to the needs and wants of the community, especially when dealing with zoning issues. So thank you for that. Any other colleagues? All right, we'll take this to a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Dr. Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Dr. Warren. Councilwoman White. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Chair Logan.
President, colleagues, today we have 4 items on the agenda, and we are going to take item number 4 first. Item number 4 is a resolution to amend the FY 2024 federal budget by accepting and appropriating the expenditures and revenues for the Weatherization Program LIHEAP 2020-206 grant in the amount of $1,213,267.67. All council districts, sponsored by administration. Request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Ford and seconded by Councilman Spinoza. We are going to now ask administration to speak on this item. Please give us your name and your address for the record, and you may proceed.
Sure, thank you, Chair. Ashley Cash, Director of Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main. This is to accept a grant. We use these LIHEAP funds from the state to supplement our weatherization program. So a lot of times we find when we go into homes for weatherization, there are other health and safety issues that pot of funds cannot address. And so this LIHEAP funding is able to do that. To date, from 2024, we've completed about 24 units. Like I said, these are health and safety issues. So this may be kitchen and bath issues, dryer vents, CO detectors, minor repairs. We have 4 contractors in this program. We're always looking for contractors, trying to train them as well. And right now we have 4, which is a good number. We love to get that number up. And we're asking for y'all's approval to accept these funds so that we can go out and deploy them into homes.
Thank you for that. Council members, anyone have any questions or comments? Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. What I would like to know, how are we getting this out to the public so they can be very aware? I get calls and concerns about weatherization, and you just said something that was that this is an add-on as far as your, like you said, dryers and different things of that nature. And so I would like to know, how can we get this more publicized to the public so we can use all of this grant money for this?
Yes. Great question. So we try to do a couple of different things. We have a team that goes out they go to churches, they go to community festivals and fairs. They'll set up at community centers and actually share the information about our programs, our weatherization, and then any home repair programs. Of course, we do online marketing, and we have tried to work with city communications on that. But I think, Councilwoman, to your point, we can definitely do a better job of getting the word out to make sure that these 24 homes that we fix turns into 50, 48, and 100. And so we'd love to partner with you or all of you all in any town halls or any events y'all have coming up or in the future, just to make sure that we're able to share the information with constituents.
Sounds great. What I would like to do is meet you offline, and so we can get these resources so they can be used properly, and our community in the city of Memphis can know that it is out here. I hear this all the time. Before I became a councilwoman, where is the money in the resources? And so this is a good program, extended program. So let's meet offline. I'll have Melvin reach out to you, and maybe we can do some TV coverage.
Oh, that'd
some
be great.
Good TV coverage about what's happening in the city of Memphis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Councilwoman Walker.
Well, if it's not too short of notice, you're welcome to come and set up at my back to school bash this Saturday at Hickory Hill Community Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Yes, we would love to be there. Thank you. And tell me who to reach out to for you. I'm forgetting. Ashley.
Ashley.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
All righty there. Anyone else? All right, if no further discussion on this item, we'll go to a vote. Voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. And so moved. Next, we will have
excuse me. Next, we'll go to item number 1. All right, thank you. Item number 1 is a resolution to approve a 30-year ground lease with 4 10-year renewal options for the construction and operation of a high-five entertainment complex on a designated site within the district at Liberty Park with High-Five Entertainment, LLC, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. So I have can I get a motion and a second? Thank you. That was moved by Councilman Spinoza and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Now we're going to ask administration to give us a presentation on this. Thank you, Councilwoman. And we have one presentation for each lease each resolution that y'all are approving are separate. It's 3 leases, but we have one presentation for all of them. So do you mind calling them all in to the record that we can present on all 3 of them at one time? Yeah, so items 1, 2, and 3. All right, item number 2. Let's see. Here it is. Okay. Item number 2 is a resolution to approve a 30-year ground lease with 6 10-year renewal options for the construction and operation of a mixed-use project with multifamily residences and 12,000 square feet of retail on a designated site with the district at Liberty Park with Liberty Park Residences, LLC, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. And item number 3 is a resolution approving a 30-year ground lease with 4 10-year renewal options for the construction and operation of a hotel on a designated site within the district at Liberty Park with Capstone Development, LLC, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. And you can go ahead and give us your name and address, and you are recognized. All right, thank you. Ashley Cash, Director of Housing and Community Development. I think Chief Adams is going to start us off.
So just kind of provide some kind of context to what you all will hear over the next couple of minutes with regard to these leases. These leases culminate many years of this next phase of development out at the fairgrounds, or what we formerly know as the fairgrounds, a vital part of District 4 where they get more, right? But quite honestly, this started, and I think in the package that you all have, as a blue ribbon study that's actually started during former Mayor Harrington's term and evolved over time. And so with the development of a master plan, we believe that the highest and best use is what is going to be presented to you all today. We had a lot of teams that worked with us to develop these plans and what you will see here. We ask for your full consideration and understanding that there's been a lot of time and effort put here. There has been this particular project and this product that you will be considering here has gone through council in several iterations before. Now, here before you will be the leases. So we've brought this before the prior body, and it's been voted upon. And so we ask now that you all take in consideration the leases. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Cash, and then, of course, I'll turn it over to the team. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Address is 170 North Main. We do have on, I think, Teams or virtual, Scott Emily, who is representing High Five. And I think we have our developer in here. Okay, our developer will be here. Also, and I have a really short presentation because I know there are probably questions. Before I get started, I want to reintroduce, y'all met this rock star earlier. She is transitioning away from HCD, but was critical in this project and many others. And so she'll stand by my side and assist and support here today as well. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Mary Claire Boris, wearing my HCD administrator hat for a couple of minutes here, 170 North Main for a couple of minutes.
All right, thank you. Okay, so where are we? This is the TDZ, and do you mind doing this slide? Just talking a little bit about the TDZ.
All right, so I think you guys have seen a version of this before. This is the zone that we created, the Tourism Development Zone, through the Tennessee state law that known as the TDZ statute. The zone is required, cannot be more than 3 square miles. It's contiguous, and you deliberately design it to take in business areas where you believe the visitors to your tourist attraction will go. So you'll see that's why we included Broad Avenue Arts District, Crosstown, Overton Square, and Cooper Young, as well as the Poplar and Union Avenue business corridors.
Thank you. So this slide, we're just showing you here what we're considering, or what we're asking y'all to consider to approve in terms of ground leases. We have 2 partners that are working on the restaurant and bar, the 150-room hotel, and that's parcel 1 down at the southern part of the screen here. There are the 2 partners are also doing the apartment and retail, which is parcel 8 and 9 at the top of the screen here. And then we have High Five, which Scott is on the line. He is the owner developer of High Five Entertainment, which is parcel 3 here. This area is what we call the private development opportunity. So we developed MSEC. We opened it over a year ago. There's been a lot of great activity, great tournaments, and excitement and revenue generated at that site. And so this part, the private development opportunity, helps to support that youth sports activity. It has complementary uses, so a hotel, so that when people come in for multi-day tournaments, they can stay there. It's also going to be accessible, of course, for people who are attending games at Simmons Liberty Stadium, for Southern Heritage Classic, all kinds of things that are happening there. And it'll be a great hotel in the center of the city that will be quality, but also affordable, have the amenities that a family might be looking for. And then, once again, the entertainment helps to support that concept. Let me see if I can get to the next slide. So I won't go through each date, but this just helps us to understand and helps y'all to see this has been a public process throughout. There have been starts and iterations, as Chief Adams talked about, but none of this could have been possible without the approval and the collaboration with council and your predecessors, current council and your predecessors. And so we started in 2018, presenting the TDZ plan to you all and getting approval on that, and then going through the state and having the approvals on the TDZ. In 2019, we had to get that private development opportunity, that plan, approved by both the Land Use Control Board and the City Council, and it was approved with different conditions. And then in 2020, as you see, and as everybody remembers, the pandemic happened and just caused everybody to do things a little bit differently, caused some things to slow down, some other priorities to take hold at that time. And in 2021, there was a series of meetings, some of which included HCD coming before you all to request CIP funds for the project or to provide updates for the project and to present the bond approval for the project. And in 2023 is when we started on our first presentation of the multifamily lease to the City Council. We decided and determined at that point it would be better for us to present the whole program, so you're not voting to approve a multifamily and not knowing what else is going to go there. And so today we're bringing you phase 1, which is the hotel, the multifamily with a little bit of retail, and the family entertainment. And so I want to talk really briefly about our development teams. Like I said, we've got 2 teams that are working on this. James Macklin is a local multifamily developer. He's partnered with Norm Jenkins and Darren Leonards. Norm and James were here at the previous council meeting that we had a month or so ago. He's done a lot of multifamily and hotel developments in the DC and kind of Northeast area, from select service, limited service to upscale luxury hotel. They're a really great team. We're excited to be, of course, working with James, but then also bringing some new talent and expertise into the city. And then we also have Scott Emily, who is owner, founder of High Five Entertainment Group. This is a family entertainment place, and so really beautiful, as you can see, that landscaping around, miniature golf in the facility. They also have arcades. They have places where you can eat and drink. The High Five will have a second floor kind of balcony overlook so you can see into the stadium as well the hotel. So we're really trying to activate not only the inside of the spaces, but also the outside space around. And then the other thing I'll mention is on that private development map, we have a plaza. So we also have public space that is dedicated to activation, to making sure we preserve green space in this urban environment. I want to talk about the lease terms. And so the 3 leases all have similar terms, 30-year term, 30-year base term. They have 6 10-year renewal options. They're automatic renewal option, but the lessee has to give us notice within 180 days if they choose that they don't want to exercise the option, or if they choose that they want to exercise the option. The rents vary by use, and so the rent for the multifamily is $77,000 annually. The rent for the hotel is $34,000 annually. The rent for family entertainment is $17,000. These numbers were derived based on square footage, use, taxes that will be generated, and the intent for their rent payment is to pay back the upfront infrastructure costs that the city has invested into this project. Each lease has escalators. They're 4% escalator every 5 years, so that rent payment will increase. So not only will we get our initial investment back, we'll get a little bit extra back. And then this bottom row here tells the sales tax that will be generated and go back into the TDZ by each entity. So about $1 million for the hotel and family entertainment, and then $60,000 for the multifamily. Yes. Councilwoman, would you turn your mic on and you're recognized?
Thank you. I apologize. For the 6.3 that's anticipated, is that for the entire lease duration, or is it for the initial period only, or does it include the extensions as well?
It's the 30-year, the initial base term, the 30-year term.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So projected sales tax revenue is there. TDZ surcharge is what I was going to talk about. So this is another element that will have to come back before you. We will, of course, inform, educate, get feedback, but it will be an ordinance, but we foresee or project requesting a 2% sales tax surcharge for the TDZ only for items, or I'm sorry, only for parcels that are within the Liberty Park campus, not including the Children's Museum. And so that will, once again, just help us with debt service, help us be able to do some other things on campus as well as we develop. Common area maintenance, each entity will pay their share of common area maintenance fees. That will help with the management, help with security, pay for insurance of those areas that are not vertical buildings, that are not improved structures. We have micro common area maintenance, which is specific to that private development area. So that will go right back into that area, make sure trash is picked up, make sure people are walking the street, things are cut, activation is happening. And then what we call the macro, the larger common area maintenance, is helping to support the overall campus, the overall Liberty Park campus. And the Memphis Sports and Events Complex, which is there, is already paying, they're currently paying macro cam. And then just briefly, we just wanted to share with you this model. One, we think it's a good deal. We think it's a great project. We think it's beneficial for the city. But the other thing that it helps us to do is to have a self-sustaining operation in the middle of the city. So self-sustaining meaning we don't have to come before future councils asking for different allocations and requests for the day-to-day maintenance and management of this facility. And so as these projects, as the hotel, the multifamily, and the entertainment are developed with vertical construction, we start to see where we're paying our, not only the debt service on the TDZ, not only what we owe, but we also get funds back into that we can reinvest into that site and into the overall tourism development zone. I think this is my last slide. This is just showing the breakdown of costs. So the city invested $13 million on that private development site. That is all site work, public improvement. Some of that will remain public. That streets and roads, utility hookups. We're asking this phase 1 developer through their rents to pay back their portion. So they're paying back about half. Phase 2 in the future will pay back their portion, but we're not asking for anything on the phase 2 part from you all right now. So we invested that $13 million on that private development. The city gets a $112 million vertical investment. Each entity is responsible for their own construction, their own financing. We're just paying for, like I said, the site work and the infrastructure improvements on the ground. Infrastructure to be provided by the city. What do? We've got a new road, Larry Finch Lane, sidewalks and traffic lights. We've made improvements to existing streets. We have a public plaza, parking lot, street lights, and then build-ready paths in addition to the infrastructure that I talked about. And then in turn, we'll receive the rent, we'll receive CAM fees to maintain it. There'll be jobs for residents, there'll be living facilities for residents, and then of course we get sales tax revenue to help support the TDZ and the area around it. With that, that is our presentation. We're happy to take any questions if there are any.
Colleagues, anybody have any questions?
I'm sorry, Chair. We would love to, I apologize for interrupting. We'd love to allow Scott an opportunity just to introduce himself. He has promised to be able to be here in the next month, but unfortunately the day didn't work out today. But if you can give him an opportunity, we'd love to.
Okay, that's fine. He's
virtual.
Okay, virtual.
I don't know how to.
All right, if you would give us your name and address, then you're recognized.
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Scott Emley. I'm the founder and CEO of High Five Entertainment that is based in Austin, Texas. My address is in McKinney, Texas. Do you need the street number for official purposes?
Yes.
It's 507 North Bradley Street, McKinney, Texas, 75069.
We're not going to come to your house. We just need it for official records.
That's okay. Ding dong. I appreciate everyone's patience and first wanted to thank elected council officials, the staff, the committees, and residents, Viesta, Chief Adams. Thank you so much for having me and allowing me to be remote. High Five started in 2016 and based in Austin, Texas. And between my investors, partners, and my extended staff, we've built and/or operated and/or sold 6 locations as High Five and Heyday Entertainment in the Texas and Oklahoma area. And truthfully, there are multiple venues and types, both 1 and 2 stories. Destination entertainment focused on community enhancement, memorable, amazing service, unique experiences. Really, it's our trademark is it's where we celebrate and focusing on second mile service. We'd like to be known as the Chick-fil-A of entertainment. What's inside of the facilities as far as family entertainment goes, our primary milk aisle, as we call it, is bowling. And that's both USBC certified bowling, duck pin, immersive laser tag, 2 stories of that, indoor and outdoor miniature golf, virtual reality, escape rooms, axe throwing, arcade, even featuring Topgolf swing suites. So really it's a mall of entertainment that we bring together all these things, but it's our passion for the community and amazing world-class service that is what our differentiator is. We also in our company, our holding company, have a tech lab, and that's developing unique experiences for what's the next generation of entertainment that we'll launch within our centers. But what that boils down to is that sounds like a product, that's great, but what it equates to for the community is corporate parties, places for meetings. We host social leagues for all of using our attractions, birthday parties that I like to say we focus on the adults. For the birthday parties, even though it's for the kid, we think about the adult experience at those. And then particularly of interest to the community is our focus on fundraising and galas, raising just with our Austin locations over $250,000 every single year for local charities, then even graduations and graduation parties. So really, it's an amazing place for connectivity and family fun. And we think of Memphis, and we think when we started this project, we appreciate the vision of what Memphis is trying to do in this development. We're thankful for that vision. We're thankful for the sports complex. One of our locations that we built is in Bettendorf, Iowa, and that's actually an entertainment center that
shares a wall with a 6.5 acre indoor-outdoor sports complex that features all the types of sports you can think of. Outdoor baseball, indoor and outdoor sand volleyball, indoor and outdoor soccer, and then indoor volleyball and basketball. The reason why that's of particular interest here is because being able to program an entertainment center successfully to protect the experience for a Memphian that decides they want to enjoy the facility, but not necessarily go into the sports complex. Meanwhile, you have a sports team that's going in and having a great time, but then in between games wants to go take a break without having to leave their parked car. They can run over to high five. We have the experience of being able to program both, and like I said, protect that unique experience. And last thing I'll say is our growth, because this project has been going on for a couple years now, and our pipeline is filled with some exciting locations. The ones I want to point out are in Mansfield, Texas, Estero, Florida, Jenks, Oklahoma, and then in Allen, Texas. And what's interesting is when we started this project and where we are now, things have changed, as you guys know, from a cost and interest rate perspective. And so we're very thankful because, first of all, the structure of this deal helps because now the land isn't necessarily a large part of the capital stack for us. That's important. But if you look, I just wanted to throw out some of the things that other cities have done where Mansfield had the desire to have an outdoor concert venue. And so we've partnered with the city of Mansfield where they're providing the land and effectively a private-public partnership to provide a concert venue, AKA Mansfield Live, on our rooftop. Okay. And participating in the success of that.
Well, Scott, we appreciate you sharing and giving us some insight into who you are and who will be a partner on this project. We appreciate your time. We're a little bit behind, so I apologize for having to cut you off, but it's great to hear you, and we appreciate that. I'm going to go to the queue now. We have Dr. Easter Thomas, and then we'll have Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, and then Councilwoman White.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Director Cash, for the presentation. I want to say I'm excited, even though it's in District 4. I think we can all get around this as a city excitement thing. It feels good when you have folks who want to invest and come in for things that are for everyone. So I'm excited for that off the top. If you can go back to the slide of just where it breaks down the parcels, I just have a question on, I think it was parcel 3 or the one that said restaurant and then the other private, just if you can tell us how that is going to be determined on what's going to go there and when. Yes. So we can have a understanding of how it's all going to phase out together.
So we don't, thank you. We're really excited too and happy to hear that you're excited. We don't have we're not coming to you today for parcel 2. And
I know, but just what does the process look like of what's going to be determined, what goes there and how it fits with the developers that are doing the other 3 portions?
So we do work with a consultant team. So we got Fairgrounds partners who are represented in here today, and they help us vet and validate who may be able to come in. They look at what's existing out there, different entities and private businesses that are looking to expand. And so we've had a number of conversations. And so we would love to, as y'all are interested, to have conversations with you all, let you know kind of who's thinking about. We keep that private because we don't want, things to get out and to kind of reduce competition. But we would love to work with you all and let you know who's being interested, or if you have some folks that you think might be interested in coming to the site, we'd love to have that conversation with you. But that's essentially how we do that. So
council will be able to put input in.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. But okay, those are my questions. I know this has been before us for a minute. And colleagues, I think what we said last time when we were asking questions for it, and I said that I'm ready for it to go ahead and get started. So we can go ahead and have some traction, get us some money back over there and get these developers on the road. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you. I just wanted to share my excitement as well. And
whenever I go over and visit Liberty Park, I know the number one concern from the different tournaments, whether it be basketball, cheerleading, or volleyball, they want some hotels in close proximity. They want restaurants. So to finally see this project coming into fruition out of years and years of planning, it's just a wonderful feeling, especially in the Midtown area, that you don't have to go way across town to be able to stay in a nice hotel and participate in some of these developments. So, hey, I'm on board. I've seen the work of some of the developers with Mr. Macklin as well as Mr. Jenkins, you know, the convention center in Washington, D.C., and it is first class. It is just phenomenal. So hats off to all of the planning and all the collaboration, and let's move forward.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely. I know the AAU parents will really appreciate this. Next, we have Councilwoman Walker and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, this is something great for District 4 and Super District 8, but this is something great for Memphis, and I am excited about that, and I'm looking forward to celebrating my birthday there and spending the night in the hotel. So once again, this is going to be something great for the city, and I can't wait until it's complete. I yield the floor.
All right, Councilwoman Cooper
Thank
Sutton.
you, Chairwoman. Did I hear or did I mistakenly hear a while back, High Five is using their own capital?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I hear that
that's
correctly.
correct. That's correct.
That they're using their own capital.
Yes.
Great. I heard you use a term that scares me sometimes, but I want to make sure there's some clarity. You use the term affordable. So what does that mean when you say affordable with these single multifamily homes, apartments? So what do you mean? Because you know what you and I have discussed off. And what does that look like when you say that?
So affordable, that's a really great question. And I will say we have some work to do with our landlord partners on their, what do we call them, their requirements, right? But when we talk about affordable in this context, these are going to be 20% of the units. So we've got 200 units, 20% of those units will be dedicated for residents who earn 80% or lower of the area median income. And so that's about, if you're one person, $43,000. Those amounts go up depending on your household size. And so that is the target. We have the opportunity, because the development is, it's dirt right now. There's a concept, they're getting financing, but we do have the opportunity to work with our apartment developer to see, are there ways to increase that level of affordability. We have our housing trust fund, which is low barrier entry in order to apply, so we can provide some additional supports around increasing either the number of affordable units or the affordability, so coming from 80% to a 60% or lower area median income. So we have some opportunity and time to increase that level of affordability, but that's what I'm talking about today when I say affordable.
All right, and my final and last question is, High Five it's great that they're using their own capital, but was there anyone local in Memphis that maybe could tie in, a minority business that maybe could have tied in and worked closely with them?
That's a great question. I think that's something we'd love to explore with our development, our consultant team. We know that through subcontractors, there are minority and women-owned business parameters within our agreements. And so from a development perspective, they will have to meet that MWBE spending goal. I think it's 25%. But there are probably other ways that we can help encourage partnership and supports, and we just have to work with our consultants to help us identify what those business opportunities might be.
Well, I'm Super District 8, and of course, 4 always want more. And I'm excited about it, to be part of this council that's going to see this move forward, and to see it potentially some good revenue come in for this city, because we need money and we need revenue. And so I'm excited about that part, and excited about Capstone, James, and Norman, who I had an opportunity to meet and to talk with. And I'm looking forward to wearing my hard hat when we get ready to cut the ribbon and do the thing. So thank you. I appreciate it. I yield the floor. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Councilwoman White.
Thank you.
So I too am always excited to see new development that creates outside dollars, so that we don't continue to recycle the same dollars within the city. So I'm excited about the movement of this project, but I can't say that I don't still have a lot of questions. I'm not going to be a holdup today, but I anticipate to still receive some more information. And where I am with it right now is I really want to understand how we came up with the ground lease payments. I want to understand that a little bit more, and I'm sure it probably has a little bit to do offsetting and having some understanding of the industry. So I'll look forward to you all better informing me as to how we got to those ground lease payments, to make sure that we're in alignment with what we've been doing in the past, and to make sure that we're keeping things, I would say, as they should be. The other thing is, in terms of high five, and I guess let's go to this slide where it says private investment at the district at Liberty Park. And so, and I'll give you, let me know when you have it. No, it's like a pie chart, and it has private investment in the district, and it's 112 million. Yes. Can you kind of break this down for me? Explain this pie chart to me. Explain this to me, and that may answer a lot of my questions, actually.
Thank you. So basically, what we're saying here is that Capstone, in order to do their 200 units of multifamily and retail, they're looking at $40 million. So we broke out that $112 million by the different developers and by specifically their projects. So the multifamily and retail, $40 million of private investment by them, 36%. The hotel, $35 million, about 31% of this $112 million investment. And then the entertainment concepts 1 and 2. Concept 1 is high five. Concept 2 is we're still looking at partners. If you guys know anybody who wants to be entertainment concept number 2, tell them to please reach out to us. And so we just wanted to kind of give you a chance to see of that $112 million where it's coming from. And basically, because we invested $13 million, we're getting $112 million. That's where that 1-to-8 investment ratio comes from. Any other questions on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so in terms of going back to the ground lease, that payment, I see it goes up 4%. That's each year?
5 years. Every 5 years.
Every 5 years. Okay. And you all will get that to me about how we came up with those payments and what that looks like in the future.
Yes. In general, I'll just say that, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but in general, I'll just say that when we looked at other cities that were building sports tourism zones and working with private developers, most of them are getting large cash incentives, free land for $1. So by comparison, where, massive infusions of cash for them to do their design and their construction. And, we're not giving away anything like that here. So for once, Memphis came out with the best deal.
Did that answer your questions?
That does. I have a lot of other questions, but I'm going to wait until I'm going to take the time and take advantage of doing a one-on-one before we do a final vote. So thank you.
Sounds good. Great. Finally, we have Councilwoman Green in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the loads of information that you've given us between now and the last meeting so that we could kind of get up to speed. This is a quick learning curve for many of us, even though this project has been going on for many years. I do want to echo my fellow councilwoman's sentiments around MWBEs and being intentional around that. I think there's 2 other areas that I hope we're intentional about. One I've brought up with you before, and that's the traffic flow. I used to live in this part of town, and Central Avenue can get way backed up around a Tigers game. And if we're adding in hotels and apartments and an entertainment zone all the time, it's only going to get worse. And so I know you've sent me some things that may be worth sharing to the rest of council so they can also see that that has been thought through. The other thing that I think is really important, which I'm not sure we've discussed yet, at least I haven't heard it, is the safety and being intentional around that. You know, we're coming off a night where there was a shooting death at Main Event. And we, of course, are seeing crime around our community. We see car break-ins. This is a place where cars will be. So I just want to make sure that we are being intentional. I realize that those things are down the road, but we need to be thinking about them now as we're building this out, how we're going to, invite our community to District 4, but how we're going to keep them safe while they're there. So I'll just throw those things out.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and really, really great points. I wanted to mention on the traffic, so we're currently working with a group to try to think about the management of the site, but that also includes traffic flow. So we're looking at different things, access management. So if certain venues are open, you can only get to certain parts certain ways. We're looking at right turn only. And then also we are working on an event traffic plan. So if there's a game, we do plan A. If there's a game and a championship, we do plan B. Those should already be ready to roll out by 2025. We're in the planning stages of that, and we'll continue to improve on that. On the safety, you all actually approved with the CIP, y'all approved for us to do some improvements. And one of those major, I think the total amount for CIP was $1.5 million. One of the things that we're starting with immediately is the safety. So we're already thinking about that. We want to work on that. We want to be welcoming and inviting, but also have safety, security, other elements. So that's a major thing that we are focused on, a concern, but also something that we know we have to get right in order to keep the viability of the site up. And so you should see that in the very near term. We're not waiting on this part to be developed to work on the safety of the whole campus.
I just say this because, several council members and I, we had lunch recently at the University of Memphis, and, they have a hotel attached to their campus. And the night before, they had 14 cars that the windows were busted out. And they could see on the video the lookout was holding what looked like a machine gun, AK-47, right? So, campus police are not going to, take on that battle. But those are generally 14 families that were here to visit the university, right? To see about their children coming to school. And we not only lose the potential of those children coming to this school if the families feel unsafe. 90% of University of Memphis graduates go on to stay in Memphis, so we lose future Memphians. And the same thing can be true with these visiting AAU leagues and people coming in to use these facilities. We want them to come back to Memphis, not just for their tournaments, but to enjoy the rest of Memphis and all the wonderful things that we have to offer. And if they're going out every night and their cars are smashed or, something worse, then it's going to have a ripple effect. And so I'm asking that I'm glad to hear that we already have money budgeted, but that it become a top priority as we are working through this planning because, these gentlemen are going to be investing millions of dollars in our community, and we want to see the returns and the revenues. We will not do that if we don't keep people safe. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So you all are already on top of that, and if you want to share that the next meeting, we'd love to hear your ideas and what you already. I know you know how important that is, so we look forward to getting that information as well. Okay. Finally, we have this. Last comment, we have Councilwoman Walker. We're behind. We're going to have the brevity. As Chairman Smiley always says, brevity is the key.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, crime is a concern, and I was at that luncheon with the president at the University of Memphis, their financial officer, another individual along with Ken Moody. And although crime is a concern, we still have to keep our eyes on the prize and stay focused. We still have to be about the business of living our lives. And thousands of people get up every day and leave their homes and come back home safely. And although like I say, we should be concerned with the crime. I just think that it was a negative way to end this presentation talking about the crime. And I was at that meeting, but I was also saddened by the fact that we spent the first 45 minutes talking about crime because one of us brought it up. I wanted to hear more about what was going on at the university because they didn't bring it up. I wanted to hear more about what was going on at the university, things that projects and things that they're bringing on board, things that they are proud of, things that they wanted to share with us. And I think that as we move forward with our crime conversation, we need to be mindful of the balance and the amount of time and attention that we give to that. I'm not minimizing the crime and things that happen here, but we still are about the business of helping Memphis be a great city, a better city, and so let's just have balance with these conversations. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead now and if no further discussion, we're going to go ahead to a voice vote. All those in favor of these 3 items, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say nay. All right, it looks like the ayes have it. So moved. Is there any other business that needs to come before this committee?
Chair, Madam Chair, so High Five is coming personally next month. You said in the next council meeting. Okay. Can we hold that until we talk to him and see? Can we hold that? I know you don't want to hold it. Okay. Okay. I'll
Yeah.
get with you.
Okay.
Let's move
All right.
forward.
All right. Thank
I
you.
withdraw. I don't
Okay.
wanna be- Hey.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Let's move forward.
All right. If there's nothing, And Chair, can I clarify? So the vote, y'all will vote, it'll be 2 weeks, right? It'll go down in 2 yes, weeks. in 2 Thank you. weeks.
Yeah.
And then we'll
All
make
right.
sure-
Yeah, that he's here. Yeah.
If there's nothing else, this committee is adjourned. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the most exciting committee meeting here in the city of Memphis. Memphis Light, Gas, and Water committee meeting for the Memphis City Council. Today is Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024. Regala, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Chair Spinoza.
All right, thank you, Regala. So there's two items on the agenda today. The first item, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent for today, July 23rd. All council districts requested by MLGW. Is there a motion to listen to this? All right, motion has been made by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilwoman Green. Name and address for the record, please.
It's Dana James, MLGW CFO, 220 South Main. I'm joined by Lonzo Weaver, who is the Chief Operating Officer of MLGW. President McGowan senses regrets. He's feeling ill today.
We missed President McGowan. I hope he gets well for the record. All right, Dana, Alonzo, thank you. The floor is yours.
All right, we have 7 items on the consent agenda for this evening, and we'll go through those. If I can get this to advance. Okay. Sorry about that. So again, we have 7 items, and we'll move right into those, hopefully. All right. So our first item, actually, that's our second item. First item is our overhead storage tank painting. This is painting for our water system overhead storage tanks. This would include the painting, coating, all of the treatment for 6 of our water storage tanks. These are used to maintain pressure in the system. They range from about 100,000 gallons up to 500,000 gallons. So this covers 6 tanks to be coated and treated. This funded amount is $2.3 million for a 3-year contract awarded to GL Tank and Sandblasting and Coatings. This is a requirement by the Tennessee Department of Environmental Conservation. Requires this painting and treatment of tanks to maintain potable water quality. The next item is related to this. This is overhead water storage tank inspections in the funded amount of about $511,000. Again, related to the same 6 overhead water storage tanks, we are required to have inspections going on while those tanks are being painted, and then subsequent inspections, in particular, 1-year anniversary after those tanks have been painted. So this is a 1-year contract extension, as well as funded amount of $511,000. This would allow us to get to that 1-year anniversary inspection for those tanks. The next 3 items are related to our IT operations. This one in particular is an award, a change order for our software that's related to antivirus and cybersecurity protection for our IT infrastructure. So this is a change for another 3-year renewal in the amount of $312,000. The next item, again, is IT related. This is SolarWinds, and this is really software that helps us manage networks
manage servers and makes our infrastructure run efficiently. If there are problems with the servers, this software is used to detect, diagnose, and resolve network and server performance problems and outages. This is a 12-month contract award for a little over $150,000. And then the final IT-related item is Serena Business Manager Maintenance. This is a contract award for 36 months for about $231,000. This application helps us manage our software data requests, business processes, and in effect just helps us enhance the productivity of the IT division. We also have on the agenda the salary for the Director of Safety at $171,000. This need for this approval is to fill the existing Director of Safety position that was vacated due to promotion of the incumbent. This is pursuant to the Memphis City Council ordinance that any salary in excess of $120,000 must be approved prior to the person being hired. We did some analysis and research on the salary levels, and this is comparable to a corporate director of safety for public and private sector. This position is responsible for all aspects of our corporate safety program, regulatory compliance, field training, and also really every dimension of our safety program. As you know, we have worked in a lot of hazardous environments, so this is a critical position. Another item, this has to do with our water filter system upgrades. And this is at 5 of our water pumping stations where we are installing quite a bit of infrastructure with filter media, wash equipment, under drains, wash water troughs, and air scour systems, filter media. This is a 24-month project for about $44.5 million. This is the project that is going to be partially grant funded. We have a grant of about $31 million that would be committed to this. And so we have a certain time limit to get this project done, or some of our grant money is at risk. So that's why we are requesting same-day minutes on this particular item. We do have a fairly significant participation of local small business, minority women business participation. We have about 31.2% MBE in this particular project. And then just a summary, those were the 7 items, but just a summary of where we are on our supplier diversity. First quarter, January through March of 2024, we've spent about $81 million on various contracts and purchases. You can see the breakdown there on our minority, women, and local small business spend. We're sitting at about 35% of our $81 million, or about $28.6 million with MWBE spend. So this is pretty consistent with where we are year to year. So we continue to focus on that. And again, on this particular consent agenda, we have 2 items where we have spend. Just mentioned the last one on the water filter upgrades, where we have 31.2%, or over $13 million on minority business enterprise spend. And also on the other item on the Trend Micro, we have $312,000. That's 100% minority business as well. And that concludes our comments on the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Dana. Just a discussion as we do every week, so there's really no vote. We'll send this down, I guess, with a positive recommendation unless any council members object to that.
All right, so no objections. So I'm going to close out item number 1. Then I'm going to recognize Councilwoman Green before we get to item number 2.
I just wanted to, take a minute and pause because there is one item on here that is a $44 million item. That's just one of them. And I am so grateful that we now have this really transparent process where you're listing out all of the details for us, the impact, the MWBE spend, all of that is super important. I did, because this item was even larger than some of our larger items, take a moment to discuss it with President McGowan. And just to share with my colleagues, this is a sealed bid, and generally it was just grinder, Tabor, and grinder, because there were only 2 other people that could do this work, and they basically said this is too much work for us to take on. It would suck up all of our time. So I just want to put that out there. Sometimes we talk about our diversity spend, but we also have to talk about the capacity of the companies and their ability to do what we need. So I did specifically reach out to President McGowan about this issue. I just wanted to make sure we were, having a fair bidding process and that we were getting the most bang for our buck. And and I encourage others to do that. I just say we get this information a little in advance, and if you have those questions, follow up on them, especially on the big ticket items.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. We've also got other council members in the queue. We've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, followed by Logan, followed by Walker. Councilwoman.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have a quick question. I just need to understand it because I see this quite frequently, and I just want an explanation to make sure that I clearly understand why this is here. On page 4, which says the overhead water storage tank painting inspection, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Item number 5, where my colleague just talked about, and we're glad for the transparency and the honesty, but you always say no supplier diversity goal assigned or committed. Could you explain to me what that is about and what that means? So, because I see it a lot. And I just don't understand it. I'm new, but I need to just understand what that means. Please, thank you.
Sure. So our supplier diversity team, which we have a couple of people that work in our procurement area, whenever new contract requests come out, they will get together with the requesting area and try to gain knowledge from the requesting area of what firms might be out in the marketplace to do that type of work. And they will establish a target goal based on that conversation back and forth with the supplier diversity group and the user area. And that's really the basis of setting a target goal is really the assessed availability of minority women and small business firms to do that type of work. It's not necessarily a perfect system, but it is intended to try to maximize our supplier diversity spending. As you can see, we're at 35%, which we think is a pretty decent number, but we're always looking to make that better. And so that is one thing that's going on. We're also near completing a disparity study where we've had an outside consultant essentially come in and assess the market for various categories, goods and services and things of that nature, construction activities and so on, to try to really drill down and determine what is the potential market. Are there underutilized firms that we could tap into? And one of the typical paths is subcontracting to a prime contractor that might be larger. And we have seen over time that some of those subcontractors then grow and become prime contractors. So it's very intentional effort within MOGW, and we're always looking to improve.
So you've hired a consultant to look to do further more.
The disparity, yes, the disparities, yes, exactly.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair. Along those lines, when you were here the last
last time. I wanted to get more information about how your program works or what efforts are being done to pair or partner or the primes and the subs, and is there a system, is there a program in place, or you just kind of have that wish to that they would do that, or is there a structured process for that, formal rather? So some of the other activities that our supplier diversity group is involved in, we're deliberate in trying to have multiple opportunities during the year for companies to be aware of projects that we have on the horizon. For example, once our budget is approved, typically toward the end of the year, sometime in the next first quarter or so of the year, we'll have a more or less an open house. We'll invite vendors from all types to come in, and we will have the user areas for those various projects present to discuss the details of those projects. So this will be in advance of the bid going out. So it'll be an opportunity for potential vendors to look ahead and say, I'm interested in thus and so project, and I've got some time to think about it and gear up and figure out if I have the resources to do it. So we do those type of events multiple times a year, and we are also engaged with advocacy agencies as well to try to spread the word out on our opportunities. We also list our upcoming bids on our website as well. I do appreciate that with the move across the country to get rid of the DEI departments and divisions. It's refreshing to hear that the city of Memphis is increasing in that area, not backpedaling. So I do appreciate that. That helps the middle class of Memphis, these contracts and opportunities, and the tax base as well. So it's very important in our community because of the makeup of our community demographics here that we realize that affects public safety, it affects, housing, it affects everything to be able to get those types of contracts for and progress. So if you start as a sub, to be able to get to a prime, that would really impact our community. So I appreciate your efforts in that regard. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Then the last member in the queue, Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this presentation and the information. So these events that you just referenced where people can come out and find out about the vending opportunities, how do you share that information outside of your website?
So we, of course, would put it on our website, but we work through advocacy agencies like MMBC to get the word out. We work with our vendors to also help us get the word out with opportunities to share that. So.
I judge that there are some other opportunities to paint a broader brush with the information, the marketing, and the PR, and I'll circle back with an appropriate person surrounding my thoughts on this. So thank you for that. Councilwoman Green, I appreciate you explaining about the vendors and the capacity, and it is unfortunate in many instances there's just not someone available to pursue these contracts. And on this, and President McGowan, he did explain it at the meeting, and it was just so heartfelt and coincidental that this was on Juneteenth of all days. But I just wanted to recognize Commissioner Pesci, Board Commissioner, MLGW Board Commissioner Pesci, and I do appreciate your comments surrounding this on that day. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
And I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So we're going to move on to item number 2. I'm going to read it for the record. Item number 2, 10th supplemental resolution supplementing the electric system revenue obligations, master resolution authorizing the issuance and sale
of not to exceed $200 million principal amount of electric system revenue and revenue refunding bond series 2024, sponsored by MLGW, request for same night minutes. Is there a motion?
Move it.
All right, motion's been properly made by Councilman Canale in a second. Seconded by Councilwoman Green. Alan Wade?
Before I turn it over to Dana to just discuss the purposes, there's one other piece of this, which is a separate resolution accepting the report of the Tennessee Comptroller that I'd like to discuss after he finishes that and before we vote.
Yes, sir. And Alan, is this the add-on item? Okay. Well, you know what? So for the record, I'm gonna go ahead and read this one as well, and we can discuss both at the same time. So for the record, 10th supplemental resolution supplementing the electric system revenue obligations. Master resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of not to exceed $200 million principal amount of electric system revenue and revenue refunding bond series 2024.
Ready? Okay.
Just go ahead, Dana.
All right. So this is pursuant to a bond issue of, again, $200 million. This is about $180 million of new debt in support of MLGW's electric capital investments and another approximately $20 million of refunding of some outstanding Series 2014 debt. So the refunding of that outstanding 2014 debt is anticipated to save about $500,000 in the present value of debt service. So you have the resolution, which basically is the 10th supplemental resolution, as well as other documents that are included in the packet, such as the bond purchase agreement and the preliminary official statement and so on. So I'm having trouble getting this to advance, but the fundamental, again, for the $180 million, this was anticipated and was included in our 2024 budget that the board and council approved back in December. Okay. All right, just kind of went through that. So my last slide, hallelujah, is the uses and the fact that what you're seeing there on the right side of your screen there is a page right out of the 2024 budget that shows the planned financing of $180 million. So what we're doing here is according to the plan we presented to you several months ago. The primary uses for the capital, the funding will be for electric capital projects, and here's a abbreviated list of those. Of course, the budget book contains a lot of detail, but
Most of these projects are related to improvement of our system reliability. We've got substation and transmission investments, distribution automation, pole replacements, transformer, the PLTEs related to the distribution automation system, defective underground cable, et cetera. So our total capital budget for 2024 in the electric division is about $273 million. This, again, is $180 million, and then funds from our current operations will be used to fund the balance. So that concludes my comments on the bond issue.
All right, thank you, Dana. Attorney Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on some questions I received, I think some of the new members might want to know, why is this before you? The reasons it's before you is because under the charter, anytime that MLG&W wants to finance capital improvements, they have to obtain your approval for the issuance of the bonds. And what you have today is the 10th supplemental bond resolution, which contains basically three pieces: the basic terms of the financial terms. It also involves the sale of the bonds to the underwriters in a negotiated sale, and it also contains the information that will be presented to the investing public, which is the disclosure piece. So what you're doing is enabling the transaction to go forward. This is and all of the pertinent details would be handled as typically by the city administration and the MLG&W administration. There's one piece, this is a fairly routine transaction. I think we've done, since I've been here, maybe 20 of them. This is fairly typical. There's one piece that's added, which is the refunding, in which case you take some outstanding bonds that you may be able to prepay, in essence, and gain savings that would also augment what you need for capital purposes. One of the parts of that is that under state law, you have to submit a plan of refunding to the state comptroller. And the state comptroller reviews it and issues a report to the mayor and to this body. And under the law, you have to accept and receive that report before you can vote on the bond transaction. And that's the second resolution that you have before you. And I'll just read the caption, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Resolution accepting report of the Tennessee Comptroller regarding plan of refunding for the 10th supplemental resolution supplementing the electric system revenue obligation master resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of not to exceed $200 million principal amount of electric system revenue and refunding bonds series 2024. Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully request that this be added to tonight's agenda for approval, as well as the bond resolution, and that this one be placed on the add-on agenda before the bond resolution and be adopted before the bond resolution is acted upon.
All right.
And I will work with the comptroller to make sure the documents are all in proper order.
All right, no objections from me on that. Council members, I'm assuming no objections there. We'll do that without objection. No objection. All right, you got it, Attorney Wade Regala. I'm assuming you took excellent notes. We're good. All right. Thank you, Alan. Yes, we'll take care of it.
Yes, I will. Yeah.
Okay. Motion's made, properly seconded. We'll go to a voice vote for all this to go downstairs with positive recommendation. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Nays? All right.
Mr. Chairman, one more thing.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, I think we want it to be added to the night's agenda, but I don't think we need same night minutes. We can take those in the ordinary course.
Understood. Everybody good? All right, cool. Item 1 and 2 done. This meeting. Well, you know what? I want to make one comment real quick. Safe to say the MLGW budget $2.3 billion a year, right? And per the charter, we get this fiscal consent every 2 weeks, correct? That encompasses all that.
Yes.
So
just quick back of the napkin math, that's roughly $95 million that comes to us every 2 weeks. And so this process has been great, quite frankly, I think for the entire council to see all of this, for the city to see this, the transparency, the supplier diversity info, which we're going to keep getting more info on that. So I'm thinking, and maybe we talk about it as a council, that's 3 times the city budget. And again, this just comes to us, per the charter. Maybe we start getting a report like this from the city. I mean, this has been fantastic. Good afternoon. Welcome to the July 23rd meeting of Planning and Zoning. Ms. Golden, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chairman Canale.
Present. Chair observes a small quorum. Colleagues, we have 9 items on the agenda today. Items 5 and 6 are being held until August 20th committee, which means they will go downstairs the first meeting in September. So just a reminder for everyone, we have changed the procedure of P&Z. No longer will cases be heard in committee and go downstairs that day. There will be a 2-week buffer so that if there is any community input or any questions that council members have, they will have time to do so before a full vote.
Mr. Chair, what were those numbers you said?
5 and 6.
Okay, thank you.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Janice Swearingen Washington, and Janika White have joined us. Okay, item number 1, a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Thomas Street from Fleming Avenue to Marble Avenue for Velma Lois Jones, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman White. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Green, seconded by JSW. Councilwoman White, would you like to speak on this item?
Yes. And even though we don't necessarily have, co-sponsors on street names, Councilwoman Janice Swearingen Washington is also joining me in this. And Ms. Jones has just been a pillar of our community, an educator, a philanthropist, just a true trailblazer. And do you know? I think she's 92 years old now. And you're just talking about someone who has contributed so much to Memphis, to our community. And we want to celebrate her and give her flowers while she's here. And so I hope to have you all support. And I know you want to say anything.
You're recognized.
Thank you, and I agree. Velma Lois Jones is highly respected as an educator, as an MEA advocate, and she is truly an icon in our community, and it's just exciting to celebrate people while they can receive that blessing. So we look forward to having the chamber a sea of pink and green at 3:30 because she is a dedicated leader of Alpha Kappa, Alpha Sorority Incorporated. So when you see all that pink and green this afternoon, you'll know why we are joining to celebrate Velma Lois Jones.
Colleagues, all those in favor of sending downstairs in 2 weeks, item number 1, signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. That item passes. Item number 2. (2606) Appling Road, request for a new plan development for commercial uses, District 1, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Uh-oh, he's second. Moved by JSW, second by Spinoza. DPD, Mr. Ragsdale. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Chairman Canale, we're trying to see if the applicant is here for this case. Since we have some others, should we, oh, is this the applicant? Yes. Oh, I apologize. We do have the applicant, so thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm LaTanya Hull from DPD. I'm here to present case PD 2024-006. The applicant is Don Kennard, and she's present, represented by David Bray. The location is 2606 Appling Road, located in District 1 and Super District 9. The request is for a new planned development for commercial uses. On your screen is a location map for the property as well as a vicinity map. In preparation for this case, 165 notices were mailed to all property owners within 500 feet of the subject property on May 17, 2024. The zoning for the subject property, it is currently in an area zoned residential 6. And also is in the Fletcher Creek overlay area. The land uses in the area consist of commercial as well as residential. On your screen are some site photos. The first one is a view of the subject property from Apple Glen Drive looking north. Appling Road is there to your left. And also from Appling Road looking northeast towards the back of the property. Another view on Appling Road, the subject property is there in the center. And then another view looking from Appling Road towards the southeast. On your screen is a concept plan. The applicant is proposing a strip mall style commercial development with 3 facilities, as well as the parking will be in the front of the facility along Appling Road with landscaping around the perimeter. Memphis 3.0, the requested use is compatible with the future, is not compatible with the future land use description, intent, form, and location, character, and zoning notes. However, the use is compatible with adjacent land uses. So based on this information, it has been determined that this proposal is consistent with Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. In conclusion, this request is for a new planned development on the subject property for limited commercial uses. The Land Use Control Board approved a similar planned development, PD 030349, on the subject property in 2003. The outline plan was recorded on the property in 2007. However, the approval has expired since no final plat was filed and no building permit was issued. This plan development allows uses permitted in the CMU1 district with several exceptions that limit commercial uses to those that are neighborhood oriented. This is appropriate because the subject property is located on a major road and backs up to a residential neighborhood. The proposed development is also consistent with other planned developments and commercial uses in the area. The project would not have a substantial or undue adverse effect upon adjacent properties, the character of the neighborhood, traffic conditions, parking, utility facilities, and other matters affecting the public health, safety, and general welfare. The recommendation from the Division of Planning and Development is approval with conditions, and the Land Use Control Board recommends approval with conditions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. Ms. Kennard, would you like to speak on this before I go to the queue?
We're in agreement with all conditions and just respectfully ask for your favorable approval.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't see I know we got part of this morning. What were the conditions that you all, were they the same ones that we did on the one on 64 Highway and Morning Sun? Did we get those this morning or did we get those? We got those. I didn't see it in here. So they were outline plan conditions. There were no specific conditions for development other than what's outlined in the outline plan conditions. So an outline plan conditions specifies what the uses uses that are permitted are for the planned development, and we limited those to neighborhood-oriented type of uses. Would you like me to read through what those uses can be on that property? Okay. So the uses permitted in the CMU1 district with the following exceptions. So the PD proposed that they can use all of the uses that are allowed by right with these exceptions. So these will not be there. Hospitals, lodges, clubs or country clubs, recreational fields, amusement, commercial outdoor, indoor, gasoline sales will not be there. Pawn shops are not allowed. Shops or sections of shops that are oriented to any adult-only audiences. Automotive parts, lots, and these are in, I'm not sure if you guys received the entire packet, but they are in the staff report. Okay. The only thing that I'm concerned about, because there are houses around, all the way around, there are tons of houses over there, so just want to make sure that there aren't any, like, you know, the hookah and the vapes and all of that kind of activity, liquor stores, and because there are a lot of children over there, and I don't see those on here. So bars, cocktail lounges, and taverns are prohibited, so they cannot have that use there. Yeah, that is, but that's, I was talking about like liquor stores and all of the other things that we put in there for the one 64 in Morning Sun. Okay.
Brett Ragsdale with DPD. We can definitely discuss those, and if the applicant would like to respond, if they're willing to add those to restricted uses, we could certainly do that.
We're fine with that.
And there is a Montessori school like across the street for children. So how far, you know, is there supposed to be a distance from the Montessori school?
For certain uses, however, I think that we're restricting those uses completely, so they wouldn't be allowed unless there are specific ones you want us to check into. We could do that, but
the ones that we did for the one on 64 in Morning Sun.
Okay, yeah, we can pull those back out, and I can bring those to downstairs if that goes forward.
I'll just give it to you after this.
What's going to be the business? What's the business going to be?
It's a neighborhood shopping center.
It's just that you don't have any tenants there right now. You're just building a three, and it's for whoever you decide to be there. So that's why I was saying if it's approved with conditions and those conditions outlined, then that should be fine. But because there is a children elementary school daycare across the street and homes all the way around, that's the reason for the
I think the daycare center actually was in our notice area.
Did they attend your meeting?
No, ma'am.
How many attended the meeting?
We had one resident that lives behind this property, and she was in full support, and was not at the land use control board meeting.
It was one. It was one. And how many did y'all send out? 45?
It's 500 feet.
So I'm just interested in looking at the conditions, so we can get together after this.
Yeah, I think that's fine with us. We want to be good neighbors.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Councilwoman Green, followed by Councilwoman Walker.
Just to follow up on that. So when, and I'm just, still learning all this terminology, the neighborhood oriented and the adult. What was the terminology? It's not adult establishments. Establishments geared towards.
One of the restrictions was to prohibit any use that was adult oriented only.
And so I guess, trying to learn, is adult oriented, does that mean, our strip clubs, or does it also mean, as she was saying, places that sell alcohol, places that sell vapes, places that sell guns? I mean, those are places that only adults would be able to make purchases. So I'm just trying to make sure we're clear about what that terminology means.
I believe that particular one is talking about the strip clubs and, adult-oriented shops, clothing shops and those types of things. But we also did prohibit bars, taverns, and lounges specifically.
Okay, and I'm just in agreement with Councilwoman Logan. This is not my district, but knowing that there are houses and there is a school nearby, I think, liquor sales, vape shops, gun stores, that should also be included because you're just dealing with a neighborhood environment. Pawn shops were already excluded in the neighborhood-oriented. So yes, that was, I checked that one off. But when you said adult-oriented, the lawyer in me says, what does that term mean? Does it mean a store where only adults could purchase things? Or is it a sexually adult-oriented store? And so I just want to make sure that it's clear and that we do get all of Councilwoman Logan's concerns covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is your vision for this property? What types of tenants would you like to have there?
I would think that businesses that specifically would support the neighborhood, a cleaners, drop off, tax office, accounting, neighborhood friendly shops. There's a shopping center next door that has a vape shop. So we would not put in anything like that anyway. That would not be our goal.
If you didn't, if you didn't have your ideal tenants, would you be more flexible? Not to say that you would include what's not permissible, but I guess what I'm trying to say, people will start out with good intentions, and then if they don't get the desired type of tenant, sometimes they have to be flexible. So,
well, if they're prohibited, I promise you we would not allow.
No,
them
I'm
to go
saying,
in our
of
shop.
course, not the prohibited ones, but you're saying a tax place and things the neighborhood would support. So is that a neighborhood where they would be seeking professional tax services?
I would imagine so. The daycare center that we've had there for many, many years was very neighborhood oriented. She lived in the neighborhood. She has since retired and moved. And so that use is just not there anymore for her. So, we want to be a good neighbor. We're going to keep the shopping center up and nice and clean and put in shops that we believe that the neighbors would want to frequent.
Yeah, like a hair salon or a barber shop or a nail shop, something like that.
Things that service that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Let the record show that Councilman Ford and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton have joined us. So, colleagues, this is one of the main reasons why we extended cases or delayed them for 2 weeks instead of hearing them the same day, is so that if you want to get with the applicant, if any amendments want to be made, you can do so in the meantime. But with no other comments or questions, all those in favor? So this item will be on the main agenda in 2 weeks. If you need to get with the applicant between now and then, you certainly can. It will not be on the agenda tonight. All those in favor of sending this item in 2 weeks with a positive recommendation as amended by Councilwoman Logan, and again, there could be future amendments if you so choose, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? I'm also an aye. That item passes. Item number 3, depending upon what agenda you're looking at, the title's wrong. It should be a resolution approving the closure of east-west portion of First Avenue west of Shady Grove Road, the case number is SAC 2024-001. The request is to close and vacate the east-west portion again. Can I get a motion in a second? Motion. Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Green. DPD, floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, Brett Ragsdale, DPD. This is the one where the applicant is actually not present for the next 2 cases. So if you would like, we could roll those to the end and go to the other cases, or?
Have you spoken with the applicant? Are they coming?
They're supposed to be here, yes.
Okay. If they do not make it by the end of the committee, then we'll have to kick this item to the next committee, which will further kick their item 2 more weeks. Okay. So that's items 3 and 4.
And 7. It's the SUP case and the 2 SAC cases.
And the gas station at Poplar Avenue?
Yes.
Well, item 8, Z24-01, southeast corner of Dexter Lane and Cordova Road, north of Macon Road, requests a rezoning of 3.89 acres from conservation agriculture to residential single-family R6. Can I get a motion in a second?
Motion. Second.
Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Ford Sr. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brett Ragsdale with DPD. Before Ms. Longstreet gives the presentation, I just want to mention that I know Councilman McNally, you're aware we have met with the applicant and the opposition. There is opposition here, and we had a really good conversation yesterday on site. We talked about several things. I think that there are still some concerns that we weren't able to alleviate, but I think we've made some progress and positive steps. So we'll go through some of those in the presentation and then answer any questions you might have.
Colleagues, any questions? Item number 8, Councilwoman Green.
Yeah. Just one point of clarification. So 4 also entitled wrong?
Title's wrong.
Okay. And we're holding it because it is also the same applicant.
We're about to hear 3 and 4. Both of those titles are incorrect.
Okay. Okay. So got
Those are 2 street closures or alley closures, and 5 and 6 are being held. 7 is also the same representative. So we moved to 8, which does have the correct title. We did hear this item 2 weeks ago and heard it downstairs. I held it from the floor downstairs.
Yes.
The DPD has met with the applicant and the opposition. As Mr. Ragsdale said, some progress was made. I don't know that everything was answered, but we're getting close.
I think, sorry, I didn't feedback today. Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure what's going on with the microphones. But my question was, I thought we held this for a month. I mean, it may not matter if we met unless you think meeting further, and you'll probably cover this in your presentation about where you were able to make compromise or not. But I thought we held this for a month.
No, I said I held it 2 weeks, and I said if we haven't come to any form of resolution, then we could possibly hold it another 2 weeks.
Okay, got it. I'm all on board now. Right.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I think that's probably the best. I think I'll go through quickly for just a really quick refresher. This is in the Cordova area. It's at the corner of Dexter and just north of Farley. This subject property in the yellow. There was a subdivision that was approved for 16 lots, and this is a rezoning to further allow that subdivision. And so here are some photos of the area. This is the plot plan for the rezoning. That's the subject property. This is the subdivision plan that was approved at LUCB that goes along with this case. So some of the things that we worked with on the applicant, there is a 10-foot landscape buffer along the southern property line of this property and then the northern property line of some of the other neighbors. We've added a 5-foot landscape buffer. The applicant looked at the plan and was able to do that along the eastern property line as well. So there's some grade changes there and some drainage that will help to kind of mitigate some of that. Speaking of the drainage, that's one of the other main issues, and this is a little technical, and the applicant is here to speak to it as well. He's an engineer. But essentially, if you can see on this, let me see if I can, this is just a section of how this would be, the drainage design would be accommodated, and then this is kind of a plan, and that green area shows where there would be backfill. This is Ms. McCullough's property here that we were actually at yesterday, and so it is technical, but the drainage can be solved, and there would be backfill, and these 2 properties that would help with the erosion control that's occurring right now, as well as just solve some of the issues. And one of the positive things, that would allow them to actually put a fence up on their property, so there would be a fence between this new development and the property. So that was something that we were able to kind of
walk through and get a better understanding of. And not moving now, but the other issues were traffic. And there is an overall traffic study that is being in process right now through city engineering that would look at the overall Cordova area. So that's a larger piece. This traffic, there will likely be, we're almost certain that there will be improvements along Dexter that will be required, and that's a condition of approval as well. So we talked through all those things. I think there's a better understanding now and some comfort with some of the issues, but some of these will happen later on whenever the design is complete and goes through city engineering and more of the details are worked out.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. So, colleagues, what I'd like to do is, I think that her concern with flooding was addressed. Her other concern was traffic. Director Belen will be at the main meeting. He sent me what they've done so far as the traffic study in that area in Cordova, not site-specific for this development, but he'll be there. He could answer any questions that you may have. If that's good enough, then we'll proceed with the vote tonight. If not, at that point, we could certainly hold it 2 more weeks. But I think most of the concerns of the opposition were addressed. And like Mr. Ragsdale said, a lot of the other traffic concerns are being addressed as a Cordova as a whole, not necessarily specific to this site. Councilwoman Logan.
Chair, can Director Connect be a part of that as well? Because they are doing the drain study for the entire Cordova, because a number of areas were affecting other areas. And so he may be able to shed some light on that. I know there were a number of areas in District 1 that affected the other areas. So I wanted to get his input as well. I think it would be wise to have him.
You want his input as far as
the drain
water mitigation?
Yes.
So you want to speak to
they have a project going on with All World and studying all of it.
Right. But specifically to this site, for this case, I think the concerns have been addressed and that they're satisfied with what they're going to be doing for the mitigation of any floodwaters. You want to speak to that? Name and address, please, for the record.
Sure. My name is David Baker. I'm Fisher Arnold. The address is 9180 Crestwind Hills Drive, Memphis. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and work with staff and opposition on this. What we're proposing, especially in this area, is to extend the existing drain pipe that is on Ms. McCullough's property, and then put an inlet, a catch basin there, and then catching it and piping it for the rest of our site is illustrated in that graphic. And that also illustrated on our subdivision plan is we have stormwater detention areas already shown and established. And so as we get through city engineering process, we will be refining that and then making sure it complies with the current standards, as well as anything that is coming out of this all-world study, especially if there's any need for any over-detention or anything like that. Yes.
So you're familiar with the project that they're doing?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have direct involvement in it, but another one of our engineers' office is involved in it. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green.
I just, on the traffic piece, in the communications that I've received from the opposition, in particular, I remember them mentioning that during school time, it's heavier. And so I'm not sure, where or when we are studying the actual traffic plan, but it's going to change starting in August. And so I say that so that when Manny comes, hopefully he can address that particular concern as it relates to traffic. It's not just how it is in July, but how it is August through May.
No, well, I can answer that. So I can tell you, I don't know if it was, but when engineering does traffic studies that are near schools, they wait until the school is in session. They don't do them during summer because they understand traffic changes from summer to school months. So I assume Director Connect will be at the main meeting. You could ask him questions then. Hopefully Director Belen will be there. Again, if you're not satisfied, you can ask for another 2-week hold at that time. Any other questions? All those in favor of
moving this downstairs. This will be on the agenda tonight because it's already been heard once. Signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? I'm also an aye. That item passes. Item number 9, ZTA 24-02, annual amendments to the Memphis Shelby County Unified Development Code. The request is to adopt amendments to the Memphis Shelby County Unified Development Code, all council districts. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by Warren. Mr. Zena.
Good afternoon, everyone. John Zena, Planning and Development. I do not have a new presentation today. It's the same information as last time. Would be on second reading. I think the only loose end from last time had to do with mobile food trucks and especially the temporary use of mobile food trucks within residential areas. So I realized after the committee meeting that perhaps the main point of confusion had to do with how how mobile food trucks are in residential areas are treated within the city's mobile food truck ordinance. And our intent with the ZTA was essentially to come in line with a recommendation that we had for how the city's mobile food truck ordinance should change. Specifically, in the city's mobile food truck ordinance, as is written today, mobile food trucks are allowed on a temporary basis in residential areas by special use permit. And if you all, as you all know, because we bring applicant requests for special use permits, those are more permanent type of approvals that begin with Land Use Control Board, undergo a hearing through Land Use Control Board, come to City Council for approval. So if someone, Councilwoman Green, I'm going to pick on you again. So Councilwoman Green wants to have a Mempops truck at her house. She's got to file an application with the Land Use Control Board and come get City Council approval. And by the time you turn her down, she's probably already had that event. So, yeah. So our suggestion, back when the city attorney's office actually started conversations about the mobile food truck ordinance late last year, was that probably the original intent for that section of the city's ordinance was not for a special use permit, but rather a special event permit, which we do issue through DPD. It's one of our standard permits that we offer, and they're meant for more temporary type events that are only going to happen one time or specifically up to 4 times in a year. So very sporadic events, but it allows us to be able to have a record of it, be able to conduct an inspection to ensure that the standards of the code are met, it's not disruptive to the neighborhood. And so our suggestion for the city's food truck ordinance was to simply change that to special event permit. And so what got caught up in the UDC changes here, the ZTA, was a reference to that proposal so that the two codes kind of spoke to one another. And I realized after our committee meeting last time that change didn't get made to the city's food truck ordinance, so they weren't speaking to each other. So we really have 2 options here. One of them is we just strike those references from the ZTA and hopefully add them back later once we change the city's food truck ordinance, or we just leave it as is and we can just administer it as it's meant as a special event permit and then come back around and change the food truck ordinance after. I would actually recommend the latter because I do think it would be worthwhile to start requiring special event permits on some of these. I know that Councilwoman Green is not disruptive in her neighborhood, but as you all can imagine, we do have complaints on some properties that have food trucks and events and so forth. And so it does help us to be able to have that level of record keeping and the ability to send out inspectors on those permits so that we're able to enforce the code, maintain the code in a way that is sort of harmonious with what we all expect for our neighborhood. So that would be my suggestion. I'm happy to go either way.
And then also happy to hear what other concerns or questions you may have on the ZTA.
Colleagues, we don't need a vote on this item because it's going to be on the consent agenda for second reading. Councilwoman Green has a lot of wild parties, loud, and a lot more than 4 a year. So,
Well, we'll have to send inspectors.
Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
You know, y'all all want invites to my parties, so careful. I think really my hang up is not changing from use to event. It's more the 4 times a year. And I'm just thinking about it as a small business person. If I have my truck and I want to go like every week to a different neighborhood, it really limits me, right? And to what I could go and do.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, so I'm wondering, so yes, is there a way to strike just that part?
The 4 per year has to do with temporary uses generally. So it's not just the mobile food trucks that would be subject to 4 per year. That is for any sort of temporary or special event. However, the 4 is tied to the address,
Okay.
not the food truck. So you could, as a food truck, a budding food truck operator, which I can tell you're working on now in your head, you could be at a different address 365 days a year, and you would still be allowed.
The opposite of that is there are 5 members of my family, and if I want to have a birthday party for everybody, then I can't do that on my own property with a food truck, right?
That is true.
Okay. Somebody,
Yes.
somebody tell my husband. Not gonna be me. Okay, so I think maybe that's sort of, that number is more of the hang up for me than the switching of from special use to special event, whether it is tied to the address or the food truck. I want to make sure that like I'm throwing out a third option, which, you know, maybe just more confusing than it needs to be. But I want to throw it out there and see how you feel about it. Because in general, I think you know more about this than anyone, especially me. And so I would follow your recommendation. But I wanted to throw that out there as an option too.
Councilwoman Logan, I'm sorry I skipped you earlier, followed by Councilwoman Walker.
That's okay. There is a loophole. Yeah, I'm not talking about this. Well, we're talking about food trucks, but when the food trucks are at the Marshalls or the department stores, there's a loophole in the section, because one of the officers showed it to me, said, well, this is the loophole, or this is the reason why I'm not saying anything to this food truck, because there's a line on the UDC, in the UDC, that says excluding food trucks. And I had no idea that it said that. So they were confused as to should they say anything or should they not. Do you know, are you familiar with that?
Correct. That is the loophole we're trying to close now.
Okay. So in the meantime, are you meaning with this
That's
particular?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, that's
okay.
right.
Good. So a vote yes, we'll clear that up?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker.
So I'll be brief with this, and this is probably a question for code enforcement, but it's still relevant, I judge. I passed this house 3 times over the weekend. It's on Night Arnold, and I'm clear on what a food truck is, but there's a house, and they had 3 tents set up in the front yard with tables. And so the first time you could kind of assume maybe it was a special gathering or something. But after I passed it 2 more times on Saturday and Sunday, I'm thinking it's like a business, but they had signs out front at the curb, and there were people parked, and they were sitting under these tents eating, and they were behind the tents, between the tents and the house. It's like, you know, they were cooking food. And so, but I know it's not a food truck, but it's like, it looked like a food court without a food truck in a front yard.
Wow.
It sounds like a zoning violation. So if you can let me know the address.
Okay.
We will have an inspector. And we also now have zoning inspectors on call for the weekends. So if there are weekend complaints, we can now take those. So if it's only Saturday and Sunday you're seeing this, we'll make sure we have our on-call inspector go out on Saturday and Sunday.
It was Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Yeah, so that's all I'm gonna say. Okay.
If you'll let me know the address.
All right.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Y'all might be messing up some good cook.
So I'm sitting over here saying, why are we spending so much time about food trucks? And I'm sorry, but I have to add to the question. So does this exclude like Food Truck Thursday at Court Square and food truck parks and, you know, on and on and on and on? Like other, because if it's about the address, then are there exclusions that outline if you're a specific type of business that has food trucks coming consistently, does it give an exclusion for them?
So what we're talking about right now is just when food trucks operate within residential zones on a temporary basis.
Just residential,
Residential zones.
not business.
Correct. If a food truck is stationary at a business location, in other words, they're not moving within every so often, then the proposal is that they be classified as a restaurant use and they be treated like any other restaurant. Because we do have several instances around town now where a food
that
truck
corner
is
has that truck
There
every
are-
day.
Yes, exactly. And it's essentially their business location now, but they're not being treated as a restaurant as a principal use. They're still kind of falling in the gray area of the city's food truck ordinance, so we're attempting to clear that up too.
Okay, so it's residential. So is this actually something you can enforce?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That clears up that part.
Okay, colleagues, what I would like to do is, since Councilwoman Green has made this such an interesting topic, if you have more questions, concerns, amendments that you would like to make before third reading, if you would get with Director Zena or bring them to the next meeting, we will have third reading on this item the next meeting. Without objection, I would like to hear item 3 and 4 together since the applicant is here now. And these are two closures, both at the same address, 909 Shady Grove Road, closure of east-west portion of First Avenue, west of Shady Grove Road, known as, in the case number is 2024-001, and then the closure of north-south portion of Shady Grove, north of Briarcrest Avenue, and this is SAC 2024-002. Can I get a motion to second for these items to be heard together? Moved by Ford Sr., seconded by JSW. DPD, you have the floor.
Latanya Ho from DPT, sorry. So I'm here to present cases SAC 2401 and SAC 2402. The applicant is Lydia Shea Living Trust, represented by SR Consulting. The location is at 909 Shady Grove Road in District 2 and Super District 9. And the requests are to close and vacate an east-west portion of First Avenue west of Shady Grove Road and north-south portion of Shady Grove Road north of Briarcrest Avenue. The location map is on your screen, and the vicinity map, we sent this to all adjacent property owners as required by the UDC. 9 notices were mailed on February the 16th, 2024. The zoning map, this is a residential area, R15, and the land uses are primarily residential with office across Briarcrest Avenue. And there is a religious institution, which is the blue area next to the property. The subject property, of course, is the one with the red star. Here are some site photos. To the left is an area photo. The property is
a 4+ acre property owned by the applicant. And the red area are the 2 street closures we're requesting that are within the applicant's property. There's a view from the corner of Briarcrest Avenue and Shady Grove, as well as a view from Shady Grove Road and Briarcrest Avenue. Okay. So on your screen are the right-of-way vacation plats. The one to the left is for the First Street closure, and the one to the right is for the Briarcrest closure. So portions of when these streets were rerouted and portion of it was closed, it was left on the applicant's property. Some of it was dedicated to the applicant, but there are portions that still have not been dedicated. A survey of the entire property is on your screen as well. So in conclusion, the applicant is seeking to close and vacate an east-west portion of First Avenue west of Shady Grove Road and a north-south portion of Shady Grove Road north of Briarcrest Avenue, which are located within the bounds of their property where their single-family residence is. With these closures, the applicant intends to subdivide the property for future development, and that subdivision application has been approved by the Technical Review Committee for Memphis and Shelby County. The right-of-ways exist on paper only and will never be used for public streets, as the public street network in the immediate area has already been established and improved to serve surrounding developments. This divestiture would not have any undue or substantial effect upon the existing vehicular and pedestrian traffic flow or the surrounding area, as the subject public right-of-way exists only on paper and there are no existing physical roadway improvements. For recommendations, the Division of Planning and Development approved with conditions, and the Land Use Control Board also approved with conditions. The condition is to provide easements for existing sanitary sewers, drainage facilities, and other utilities, or relocate them at the developer's expense. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. Ms. Reeves, you want any comments before I go to the queue?
No, sir.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions?
Could we see the picture of the piece of property one more time?
Dr. Warren, this is Dr. Shea's property.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Yeah, we know way too much about the Shea property now. It's beautiful, if anybody's ever had that.
And they're looking at adding some extra homes in there and increasing density.
Is your microphone on?
It could be. Would you like it?
Please.
I wouldn't call it.
I know you just blurted out. You're way out of order.
Just trying to be out of order today. Is my microphone on? There we have it. Thank you. I just wanted to see the overhead shot. How many additional units or homes do you think they want to put on the property?
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. There are no plans right now. We did a minor subdivision, which was just a 2-lot subdivision. The property has now been put on the market for sale, and the new owner is wanting to withdraw that application after he closes. I told him I would not be able to withdraw or do anything to the Shea property until after he is the property owner. So no, right now there is not a proposal for any additional lots. But
That would come back to us.
That would come back to
Yes.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Any other questions, colleagues? All
Thank you,
those in
Mr. Chair.
favor of sending this in 2 weeks with a favorable recommendation, signify. This is items 3 and 4. Signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Item 7, SUP 24-08, 3487 Poplar Avenue. Request is to allow a convenience store with gas pumps. District 5, Super District 9. This, colleagues, is the property at Poplar and Highland where the Exxon burned down. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Spinoza, second by JSW. DPD. Floor is yours.
So SUP 2024-08. The applicant is Majors Management LLC, represented by SR Consulting, located in District 5 and Super District 9. at 3487 Popular Avenue. The request is a special use permit to allow a convenience store with gas pumps. This is location map in preparation for this case. The 46 notices were mailed on February 16th, 2024 to all property owners within 500 feet of the subject property. The zoning for the subject property is CMU1 with surrounding uses of R6 as well as RU3. The land use is primarily commercial and a multifamily and single family. On your screen are photos of the gas station prior to it being burned. The one at the top is from Popular Avenue looking south. The one at the bottom is from South Highland and Popular Avenue looking southwest, so that's at the corner. And also from Popular Avenue and from South Highland. Sorry. Popular Highland. Yes, I'm sorry, Popular Highland. The concept plan, so the property was burned, the primary building was burned, but the canopy and the signs still remain. So the applicant wants to rebuild the building on the existing foundation. So that's the only thing that's really changed from perspective of the site. These are elevations of what the plan is for rebuilding the building. In terms of Memphis 3.0, the request was considered not consistent with Memphis 3.0, primarily because of the canopy, issues with curb cuts, as well as traffic flow. The conclusion, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow a convenience store with gas pumps in the CMU1 district and the University District overlay. The applicant has operated a non-conforming convenience store and gas station in the University District overlay for many years. The principal building burned in 2023. The canopy and gas pumps were not destroyed. The applicant desires to rebuild the store in the same location. Per the UDC, to rebuild the site, the development must now comply with the UDC regulations, which currently prohibit a convenience store with gas pumps in the CMU1 district, thus necessitating this request. On March 27th, the Board of Adjustments approved an application to allow variances to regulations within the UDC. The subject property is located on a corner which is highly commercial in use, lending it appropriate for the continued use of the site as a convenience store with gas pumps. The granting of this special use permit will not cause substantial detriment to the public good, nor will it substantially impair the intent or the purpose of the adopted plan of the UDC. The recommendation by DPD is approval with conditions, and the recommendation for Land Use Control Board is approval with conditions. The conditions are that all conditions approved via the BOA 2423 case must be met. The applicant must provide a final site plan, landscape plan, and elevations for review, and any change or deviation from the site plan requires approval by DPD. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. How many EV chargers will you have, and what are your plans for solar panels?
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. We have 2 or 3. We have 2 EV stations. We have not thought about the solar panels. That is something that we could definitely look at. Yeah.
So he said 3, you said 2. Could it be 3?
It's 2. It's just 2 now. It's just 2.
Okay, can you have 3?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. We'll be glad to have 3.
So can you get some solar panels? Can you add that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Spinoza, this is your district.
Yeah, I was just going to tell my peers you'll be proud to know that I brought up the EV stations at the neighborhood meeting. So
Wonderful.
Sure, whatever. Take a bow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Can I also say something? Thank you, Councilman Spinoza, for coming to our neighborhood meeting since you were the only one invited that showed up. We appreciate it.
I don't think you invited me, Miss Reeves.
I think we tried
I pass
to.
that gas station twice a day, every day. Colleagues, I think this is an enhancement to that corner, especially from what it was, so I would be in support. Any other questions?
Hey, actually, I do have a question. Gas pump. So I get gas there. And at that meeting, we talked about, this is not just about me, this is about all Memphians that use that gas station. I think you were going to do thanks for laughing. I think we were going to do a temporary deal so we could generate revenue and we could get some tax revenue to where there was going to be a station, a human there, security there, and the gas pumps were going to be open because they were not damaged with the fire, correct? So we're doing that?
We were trying to do that, but OPD decided that they didn't think that the kiosk was a good idea. It's up to the council. If the council wants to continue getting revenue while we're under construction, that's the will of the council. But we had asked for approval for a kiosk to show it on our site plan, and we were told that we shouldn't.
Okay.
Mr.
Not to
Ragsdale,
make
you want
things
to speak to that?
uncomfortable, but yeah,
Sure, no,
I didn't
no
see
worries.
that in there.
No
Yeah.
problem at all. Thank you for the question. We did get the request, and I think one of our concerns is, and I know that this property owner is a diligent property owner, but if we did a temporary thing that might delay the final construction so that we have a temporary situation for an extended period, and that was our concern. So I think if there was an appetite to do that, we could maybe do that with a sunset or something like that, or a time frame. That was just our initial concern for that.
Okay. In the spirit of, I guess I'm asking my peers to please consider this. Would you all like to discuss the sunset period right now or come to an agreement?
Yeah, we'll be glad to. I mean, we've already released architects to start the construction drawings for permits. We're ready to file permit as soon as we can. We all know permits take a little longer to get. Could we maybe get a year? I think that we'll be through way before that, but I don't want to, in case we get caught in some kind of a loop.
Okay.
I would think that we're going to be through in 6 months, but I'm being really optimistic saying that. So I'm trying to give them plenty of time.
So,
a year.
Mr. Chairman, without objection, allow them to do temporary.
Hold on, what kind of security will we have while this is?
Security. I mean, they would have on-site employees 24 hours or however long the kiosk is open.
Okay.
The gas cells are being.
As long as there's security, I'm okay with it.
Cool, thank you.
Without objection, we'll add that. Mr. Ragsdale?
Yes.
Okay. All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending this in 2 weeks with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Also an aye, that item passes. Anything else before P&Z? We're adjourned.
Session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hyman, please call the roll.
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, present. Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, present. Councilwoman Logan, present. Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Walker, present. Councilman Warren, present. And Councilwoman White. Thank you.
Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 4 items on the agenda today. Item 1 is discussion of the fiscal consent agenda for the July 23rd meeting. All council districts requested by Chairman Smiley. Anyone wishing to speak on this matter?
It's supposed to be someone from Instance. So
We're going to move on to item 2. We'll come back to that one. An ordinance to amend and restate Referendum Ordinance 5862, the proposed amendment to the Charter of the City of Memphis to modify the existing requirements for qualifications for mayor and the city council members of the City of Memphis. All council districts, sponsored by Chairman Smiley. There's a request to add on to consent for first reading. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move it. Second.
Moved by JSW, seconded by Cooper Sutton. Attorney Wade, you're recognized.
Recognize me, okay. Alan Wade, you're a lawyer. I live here 24/7. Almost next, Brooke don't want me to leave, so she keeps giving me bigger offices and more staff and whatever. This one was originally scheduled for the August election. It's the qualifications for mayor and council. We had a lawsuit involving whether someone had to reside here more than 30 days before the election, and some lawyer convinced the judge that that was acceptable. So the council wanted to change it to provide minimum qualifications, I believe 2 years, 18 years of age, immediately preceding the municipal election. That's what this does. This referendum amendment only changes the date from August 1 or 2nd until November 5th. That's the only change, so it can go on the November 5th ballot and be voted on.
Questions? Dr. Warren?
So essentially, this lets the voters determine if they want council members and the mayor to be residents for 2 years prior to running for voting, correct?
Yes, sir. It's something we've already passed, but this is just getting it on the ballot.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm sure we talked about this last year when we did it, but where does it have for council members to stay in their district? Is that not pertaining to this, or is already somewhere else that doesn't need to be covered by this? Because when I read it, it just said in the city. It didn't say in the district.
No, it would apply to everyone. The city encompasses districts, all districts.
Right, but it didn't say council members have to be in their district.
Residents in their district and in the city. That's already taken care of.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. It's already taken care of.
Yes.
So it doesn't have to be reflected in the amendment. Okay.
Any other questions? All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending this downstairs to Councilwoman White, would you please use your microphone?
Thank you. Okay. I guess I'm trying to make sure I'm on the same line. It's green light.
Okay. This is the one, the referendum to amend the charter of the City of Memphis to modify existing requirements for mayor and for council members, right? Okay. But is this the one, and I guess maybe I'm trying to understand it, is it also changing like the requirement for mayor to be 18 instead of 30?
Yes.
Okay. And so if we voted all or nothing, or can we make changes to these proposals?
This one is for first reading, so you have an ability to make whatever you want before we get to August 20.
Okay, so we don't have to do that today then?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
This gets it rolling.
Okay.
The only change that's being changed from what has been previously done is the date on which the election will take place. Nothing else is different.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All All right, colleagues, all those in favor of sending this downstairs this evening as an add-on to consent for first reading signify by saying aye. Any opposed? I'm also an aye. That item passes. Item 3, a referendum ordinance to amend Home Rule Charter of the City of Memphis as amended relative to the city's collection of ad valorem taxes for county schools, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Warren. Request to add on to consent agenda for first reading. Before I get a motion second, Councilman Warren, you have the floor.
Yes, when the superintendent was here speaking with us, I told her that I would try to get a referendum that we could take to the voters that would allow them to determine whether they wanted to add additional taxes for CIP dollars for the school system. And as our lawyer was drawing this up, he was letting me know that he's not sure it's legal in the state of Tennessee without some changes in the laws in Nashville, and recommends that we not move forward with this at this time until such a time as things have changed in Nashville that allows us the ability to do this. And Mr. Wade, if you could explain it in legalese, it would probably sound better than me.
I guess one of my crowning achievements or non-achievements is not winning the school tax case. But let me tell you, it was years war against the world trying to get out of the school tax business. I just want to make sure you understand that. Once you go into those waters, you go in forever. And we can debate the pros and cons of that. So let me tell you what the problem is. Under the Tennessee Constitution, it provides that after you adopt home rule, you may amend your charter, but you cannot do so if it is inconsistent with the laws of the state or if it enlarges or increases your taxing authority. Okay, we start with that. We were in the school tax business prior to 2008, and we decided to get out of the school tax business. But this issue of maintenance of effort came up, and the state courts ruled that we were still bound by it. The authority that we had for levying the school tax was a part of our charter, and it allowed us to allocate up to 65 cents of our tax rate for the Memphis City Schools, or the Board of Education of the Memphis City Schools only. That is the only entity that we have authority under our charter to levy a school tax for school purposes. That was added to our charter in 1951 by private act or an act of the General Assembly. We argued that it was inconsistent with the state law, which only allows a school tax to be levied if 2/3 of the qualified voters voting at an election approve it, and only if the schools to which the money is going, this body has exclusive control and management over such schools. We obviously do not have a Memphis City Schools any longer. The courts found that the Memphis City Schools was not a common school or a school under our control, but it nevertheless still existed because it was a special school district. It was created by an act of the General Assembly and funded by an act of the General Assembly. We supplemented that funding. So that was the limit of our authority. Now we do not have that authority any longer. So if we want to levy a school tax, one, you're going to have to do it for a school that we control, for a municipal school, which we cannot do under the Norris Amendment to our state law. So with that, I do not see a path forward for the legality of this, and I'm duty bound to tell you that there are some legal infirmities in that proposal. But I will also point out that we have had this issue come up about whether you can still present it to the voters, even though it may be unconstitutional. And yeah, you can, but I'm just telling you it would be a futile exercise. Now, what
I've had some discussion with the superintendent. I informed her of this, and I said the way that you can go forward, in my opinion, without delay, is to ask a representative to present legislation in Nashville that would authorize municipal governments to supplement your capital improvement. Without that, I think you're wasting your time and you're delaying the inevitable. And her comment to me was, why would we do this? And I would just have to start all over anyway, so why don't I just go to the direct path? That was my understanding of where she was. But, you know, I think the issue was, do we want the people to vote on it anyway? That's up to you, not up to me. I'm just telling you where we are.
Councilman Carlisle.
I sponsor indicating you're withdrawing this.
Yeah, I was going to, I think I need to withdraw this until the school system can determine how they want to proceed in Nashville.
Perfect. The only other comment I would make is I think the body needs to take heed of the amount of ordinances that are already on for the November ballot and looking at because we already have one that we know is going to be invalidated that's going on. And it's a three-parter, but statistically speaking, the more questions you put on there, the higher likelihood that you're going to have no votes. So I think this body needs to take a real consideration about what questions it really wants to ask the public and are important to the public going into November. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, well, I think it's a moot issue as far as this one is concerned, but I will tell you, my experience has been what's toxic to all of them is you put a tax referendum on the ballot, it is toxic to all of them, okay? People ain't gonna approve a tax referendum. I'm just telling you. That's just my humble opinion. I'm not a politician, but I've seen it. I've seen them go down.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. All right, colleagues, that item's been withdrawn. Item 4 is a discussion regarding referendum ordinance 5911 relative to the composition of the Board of Commissioners of MLGW. All council districts requested by Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Spinoza, would you like to speak on this item before I get a motion in a second? Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't need a motion in a second. It's a discussion item. Would you like to speak about it anyway?
This was brought up in committee last week, and I think I chose to bring it here, and then everybody wanted to speak about it was executive. So if anyone else wants to speak, go for it. But I'm good.
Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, that brings us to our add-ons. Items 22. Oh, okay. Councilwoman Walker, you're recognized.
So when it says ordinance 5911, that's just the number that the ordinance would be, or has it actually been written?
It is number 6 on the regular agenda.
It's already on the agenda for this evening. It's on the consent agenda. This will be the second reading, right?
It is.
So the full vote on this item will be in 2 weeks. Tonight, it's just second reading on consent.
So in 2 weeks, we will be voting
Yes or no to add it to the ballot?
yes or no for them to vote to have
Correct.
2 additional members.
Correct.
So, but that's still the item, the actual ordinance, the language of the ordinance is what I'm concerned with. All right, thank you. I yield the floor.
Okay. That brings us to our add-on items 22 through 25. Item 22 is a resolution to amend the FY24 federal budget by accepting and appropriating the expenditures and revenues for the Weatherization program, we call that LIHEAP, 20-206 grant in the amount of $1,213,267.67. All council districts sponsored by the administration. This is a request for same night minutes. Item 23, a resolution accepting report of Tennessee Comptroller regarding plan of refunding for the 10th supplemental resolution, supplementing the electric system revenue obligations master resolution, authorizing the issuance and sale of not to exceed $200 million principal amount of electrical system revenue
and Revenue Refunding Bond Series 2024. All council districts sponsored by MLGW is a request for same-night minutes. Item 24, 10th supplemental resolution supplementing the electrical system revenue obligations master resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of not to exceed $200 million principal amount of electrical system revenue and Revenue Refunding Bond Series 2024. All council districts sponsored by MLGW. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 25, an ordinance to amend and restate referendum ordinance 5862 that proposed an amendment to the charter of the city of Memphis to modify the existing requirements for qualifications for mayor and the city council members of the city of Memphis. All council districts sponsored by Chairman Smiley. Request to add to consent agenda for first reading. Same night minute items for this evening are 10, 16, 17, 22, 23, and 24. There is no one here. I'm going to move back to item 1. I am. Back to fiscal consent. I don't see anybody here from MPD. But item 10 on the fiscal consent agenda, resolution accepting grant funds in the amount of $1,440,000 specifically for the in-service training program for the training of 1,800 commissioned officers, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Police Services. Request for same-night minutes. Chief Adams, would you like to speak on this item?
I would. So, while I'm not intimately knowledgeable about the grant itself, I do know that in-service is. Can you hear me?
Nope. No.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Nope.
What about now?
I turned on the wrong mic.
Yay. All right. There we go. Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer of the City of Memphis. While I am not intimately knowledgeable about this specific grant, I do know that the in-service program is akin to a continuing education required for our commissioned officers. So I would think that this request for the grant is to augment the expenditures with regard to their continued education. It is most of their continued ed is conducted at the Memphis Police Academy, Training Academy. So we're requesting the acceptance of these funds.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
All right, colleagues, anything else before executive? It's 3:07. I will see you downstairs to start the meeting promptly at 3:30. We're adjourned.
Oh, baby, get it to him.